Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we're holding session number 464. And today's session is sponsored by our patrons and generous donors. Thank you very much, patrons and donors, for your pledges and donations. We wouldn't have dynamic lighting without you. As well as some key tokens and Enervia Castle, because I rebuilt it using castle modules that I purchased the other day. So thank you very much. And players at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 464 points to your player character for showing up on time. Thank you very much for showing up on time. When last we left the Order of the Superior Star, they were in Western Panoplia, in Enervia City. And Shandrak was reading a book of magic that he had captured during play, and Matthias was about to take a shopping trip to the arcade for some basic necessities, rope, a knife, etc., etc. And I think I can hear the stream through someone's mic. If you could turn the stream down, that would be great. Just barely hear it. Okay, so everyone was right around here. Oh, I can see two Matthiases. We'll just delete one of them, and hopefully that's not the one that's on the turn order. And it was not. Okay. And I'll just real quick put Tenzi's characters onto the GM layer.
I think that was my evil twin I didn't tell you guys about.
Plot twist. Oh my goodness. Now we need to make a D&D telenovela.
What?
Are you familiar with telenovelas?
Yeah. I don't get see or hear. What do you mean?
I think it'd be fun to have like a telenovela themed D&D campaign.
Oh yeah. It would be.
Okay.
Did you say we're on the tracker, or do you want us to roll?
Can you see yourselves on the tracker?
I don't.
Okay. Then I will delete all you guys from the tracker. Wow. Okay, and now you can go ahead and roll base size initiative. And I guess we'll begin with a new round. So it'll be time now, 7:25 p.m. Everyone's tired and hungry. Okay, I really need to turn animations off because I'm... At least the music isn't lagging. That's a bonus. But everything else is just a slog. Okay. And of course, as soon as I turn that animation off, the music starts skipping. Alright, so time now is 7:25 p.m., October the 1st, 11:85. Shandrak has a read magic going. Oh, that's right, you were about to cast permanency?
Oh no, I did do that last session.
Okay. And then first up is Matthias, who wanted to do some shopping.
Yeah, so let's see who I have near me. I'll just say in general to both Chandrak and Asher, hey, I know we're getting a little hungry and sleepy, but I was curious if there's a shop nearby. I just need to pick up some general supplies. Do you know what direction that might be in?
Asher points that direction and says, "Yeah, if we head that way, then uh we'll get to the I forgot the word for it. Place where there are all the gates, and then they let you in, and from there we need to go southeast, and that'll get us to the arcade. Probably a few minute walk from here."
Yeah, if you guys are cool coming with me, do they have food there as well?
A little bit, just a little bit south of there are a couple of taverns, and since we're all pretty hungry anyway, that might be a good little trip for us. Pick up what you need, and then head to the taverns for a nice dinner, and she kind of smells herself, and a bath.
Sounds good. I guess I'll start heading that way with you guys.
And next up is Asher.
So hearing that, Asher looks around to see if everybody looks ready. Chandra currently reading his book.
No, he's he's putting it away. He's getting ready to come with too.
All right, so Asher will turn that direction and says, "Yeah, follow me." And I'm just gonna be moving a bunch of people. That'll be my turn.
How do you make it again where you can see how far you go?
You grab your token. Oh, how far you can go. It's the
I think he means the ruler.
Or I mean, yeah, like how far you do go.
Okay,
That's what I just
so
did.
how far you do go is the number in the blue circle. Outside of combat, it's double that number of squares. So in your blue circle on Matthias, it's 12, but if you're riding Shadow, it's 36. So outside of combat, Shadow would be able to move 72 squares in one round without even cantering. That's just well, I guess that would be a trot. I think that's the default horse mode is trotting, which is slightly faster than a walk. And then if you want to bust out the ruler while you're moving to see how many squares you do move, you lasso the tokens you want to move, and by holding the left mouse button and putting a square over them or whatever to select them, and then you grab them as a group by clicking and holding left mouse click on them. And then while you're moving them, like you have them held by holding the left mouse click, you tap the right mouse click and it'll open up the ruler. And then you can set up waypoints by further tapping the right mouse button.
So I totally forgot that the reason that Varen and Karen Glor and Brian Druid are in the yard is because Brian Druid was digging a hole for Varen to remove curse from Karen Glor because he has a piece of armor stuck to him. So they're going to do that, and
Okay.
everybody else is going to move.
All right. Shandrak.
They're gonna throw that in the they're gonna throw that armor in the hole and just cover it back up.
So as Shandrak is making his way down west, he'll say to Matthias, "Hey, do you want to keep one of these donkeys? It's good for storage. We did get a bit of copper in our last little trip."
Absolutely, I'd love to have a donkey along with me. I appreciate you.
No problem. And Shandrak will kind of lead the donkey Kel over next to you. And then we'll start jogging. And that's it.
End of round. Time now is 7:26 p.m. First up is Matthias.
All right, I'll see if I can catch up here.
And Matthias, you should now have control over Kel.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, and that'll be it for me. Just making my way.
Okay. Asher.
Asher continues jogging along, leading the way. All the people who were dealing with that curse are going to be lagging behind a bit. And that'll be it for me.
All right. And Chandrak.
Just jogging along.
So I don't know if you guys want to incorporate the new tokens just yet, but there are new tokens for Anatar, Erdrin, and Jim.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And time now is 7:27 p.m. And first up is Matthias.
Alrighty, just zooming along.
Then Asher.
Yeah. Still jogging.
If you're jogging, your movement rate is quadrupled outside of combat.
Yep.
And you can jog a number of rounds equal to your constitution.
Okay. So looks like that'll just get me outside the gate.
All right. The guards begin turning the capstan, and the gate opens up. Chandrak and company.
Chandrak will also make it to the gate. And that's all from it.
All right. 8:20 or 7:28 p.m. And Matthias.
Alright, just following up behind.
And you can see that the gate is completely open and you can go in. Asher.
Asher's stragglers start to catch up, so she pauses and kind of like raises a finger and looks at the guy at the gate and says, "Just one moment," and that'll be it.
Chandrak.
Chandrak will make it in, and we'll wait for the people at the eastern gate.
Okay. End of round, 7:29. And first up is Matthias.
Alright, same thing. I make it in and wait at this gate as well for the rest.
And Asher.
Okay. All of Asher's people are going to reconvene. Plenty of movement to group up and get through the gate when it opens. Right. And then it's good.
And you can hear them close the gate behind you. And they kind of shout across the way to this other group of soldiers who begin turning their capstan, and they open the gate to the arcade.
Asher's people come on through the gate, and they don't have much movement left, so they'll just stop there.
All right. Chandrak and company.
Okay. Yeah. Enter into the arcade and start to my way down. So I'm actually I'm looking for any spell books for sale.
Blank spellbooks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are definitely available. They cost 100 gold. They have 50 pages. They're bound in heavy leather. And they have, like, for the most part, a brass or iron hinge with, like, a clasp or some kind of locking mechanism. And you typically have to, like, especially when the books are brand new, you typically have to put the book on a flat surface and put your knee down on it to get the clasp to close. And what that does, it keeps the pages squished together so tightly that it causes a semi-waterproofing effect, so that the book gets, a saving throw versus, I don't know, potion or whatever, if you were to drop it in water or something to that effect, before it gets destroyed.
Okay. Do I see any shops down this way south?
Well, I think everyone was gonna do some kind of shopping, so what I'll do is just kind of fast forward about 15 minutes, maybe probably until about 8 p.m., so half an hour, and everyone can get their shopping done, unless anybody wanted to go somewhere and do something. If you want to get your shopping done now, now's the time to kind of, fast
Okay,
forward half an
cool.
hour.
But also, did Jim have any more diamonds? I'd get some if he has a couple more. Jim the
see.
jeweler.
Oh, that's Jim. I was like,
Jim the jeweler. Think he might have been out, but I will double check. Yeah, he had 7 left.
7 left. Okay. Then yeah, I'd like to get I'd like to get 3 more, please.
Okay, so that's 15,000 gold. Did you have 15,000 gold, or was it in some other denomination?
Yeah, that'll be in that'll be 3,000 platinum.
Okay. Okay, anything else on your turn?
No, I'm good.
Basically, it's a 30-minute turn right now.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay,
calculating
then
platinum for spell books.
Matthias' 30-minute turn. So you got all your rope and knives and food purchased, or rations, or whatever it was. I don't remember what you said.
Yes, sir. I just added it all up. It's like, and I'll just pay for it in copper because I had quite a bit of copper.
Yeah.
And not to interrupt, but Josh, did you narrate that there was in the arcade a place that sold barding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's a standard, warhorse, one of the 3 warhorse types, they have ready-made suits of barding of any type that you want.
Okay.
Um,
I'm
if
good.
it's
I just thought I remembered Matthias was
if
looking for
it's
that.
if it's not a warhorse, then you're kind of yeah. Um,
Ah.
the
How much would
unit
light warhorse be?
it is it's in the players. Wait, no, it's not. It's in arms and equipment. No, not arms and equipment. Combat and tactics. I think we're in the. Let's see what era. We're in the 100 Years War era. Let's see if barding is on here. It's not on there, but barding is definitely available. Weapons and armor. I don't remember if it had actual barding in this book, though.
Oh, I think it's in one of the handouts.
Attack and
No?
armor types. Armor.
I think you remember saying combat and tactics.
Oh, it's in the weapons and armor data handout.
The cost of barding?
Yes.
How much does it say?
Plate and chain, for example, would be 750 gold.
Plate and chain. Find plate. Is it plate and percent chain or plate and chain?
Plate and chain, yeah, it's right in the.
Is it an ampersand though, or the word and?
The actual word.
Okay. Oh, is it on one of the tables?
Yeah.
Which table?
It is
Oh,
the
I see
weapon
it.
and armor data.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, plate and chain. Yeah, 750 GP. It weighs 130 pounds. And the armor class drops by 3. And I don't remember what unicorns have. But yeah, the modification for the horn would take literally minutes because all they would do is punch a hole right through. So it's no biggie. It is kind of late in the day, but I'm gonna say that at this time, everyone is kind of shutting down for the day, and like they probably would have gone and had dinner and then come back to the shop and started working again a little bit before going to bed. Armor smiths work long hours compared to most other artisans. So they would probably be available to sell barding at this time of day. So that's
Awesome.
fine. Yeah, if you want your plate and chain barding. And see if I can find like an armored unicorn token later. All right. Was there anything else you wanted to look for?
Me in particular, no. I
Okay.
don't have that much money in gold or platinum, but I do have a gem worth 1,000 gold, and I don't mind tipping them the extra for coming back. And besides, I'm the kind of character that values armor a lot, and it
Okay.
can go towards a good cause. So I'll
Yeah.
give them the full $1,000 gem.
Okay. That's fine.
Could we also maybe go to the money changer?
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you have any leftover copper, you can change that up if you want, Matthias.
Yeah. There's
I got some gold to change.
when you get there, they tell you there's a 10% charge to change your money. So whatever you give them, they take 10% of that and then give you 90% of whatever you give them in change.
Okay. All right, so I'm changing 935 gold, so I'll give them 94 gold.
You said 934 gold into platinum?
Yes.
934 times 0.9 divided by 5. They give you 168 platinum. Wait, that's not right. That's not right. How can that be right? That sounds right. Slash R 168 times 5. Yeah, that is right. Yeah, they give you 168 platinum for 934 gold.
All right. That's all for me. I mean, I guess you guys want to go to the tavern to eat for the night and call it a night.
Absolutely.
Anatar will want to buy a spell book as well.
Okay, yep. 100 gold. And spell books weigh 3 pounds.
Got it, thank you.
And, oh yeah, I'm supposed to give you an actual spellbook handout for that. Shandrak, you got one as well, right?
I actually got. I'm looking to do some organizing. I got 5 spell books.
Okay. So these are traveling spellbooks, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a difference between traveling spellbooks and library spellbooks.
Yeah. What's the price and weight difference for that?
There is no price and weight difference between the two book types. They both weigh 3 pounds and cost 100 GP. But the number of pages is the difference, and the quality of how the books are bound. Library spellbooks are 100 pages, and they are totally susceptible to all kinds of damage and wear because the covers are not leather bound, they don't have brass buckles. It's just essentially cardboard covered in canvas for the cover, and then 100 pages, and they're like standard size books, which would probably be the size of your typical magazine in the store. So like Time magazine, People magazine, about that size, but 100 pages thick. And then traveling spell books are a bit smaller than that, probably the size of your standard Bible, but they're only 50 pages thick. So, just as a recap, the library books are like 8.5 by 11 standard, printer paper size, and then the traveling spell books are more compact. Like I don't know what size paper Bibles use, but whatever that is, I don't know if it's like 5 by 6 or I don't
Okay.
remember. 4 by 6.
So in that case, yeah, my donkeys are getting loaded up with just spell books. I would like to get 6 of the library spell books, and I'll pay 120 platinum for that.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Asher, you said Anatar bought 1.
Yes, please.
Okay. I wonder if I can give Shandrak permission for 1 book and then copy it 5 times. I'm gonna see if I can do that. So edit and Shandrak. Edited by Shandrak. Save changes. Okay, now it's got a gray dot. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that didn't work. Fuck, I have to actually give you permission on each individual book. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Shandrak. Shandrak. Wait. On here, it's... Maybe it's all the same book or something. Okay, there's 3. And save changes. So these should be in the bottom of your journal, Shandrak. And one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6. Alright. And then the next one. Asher. And Asher. Okay. So, anything else? Any other purchases anyone wants to make during this half hour?
I'm good.
Okay. Were you guys planning on going to one of the inns?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
just for get some good food.
Yeah, go ahead and move your tokens over to one of the inns that you wanted to go to. There are 2 inns in the arcade. There's the Red Carpet and Stables, which is the northernmost inn. And then the southernmost is the Hay Bale Tavern, which also has stables. At the Hay Bale, the stables are in the front, and at the Red Carpet Inn and Stables, the stables are in the back. And it looks like you guys are going into the Red Carpet Inn, which is sort of the higher class establishment. We'll see what day of the week it is real quick. Some notes, calendar. October the 1st. Should be a Monday, actually, so. You go in at about 8 p.m. So minus 60, enter, and your read magic is gone, Chandrak. And first up is Matthias. So you get to the Red Carpet Inn. Whoops. Alright, you get to the Red Carpet Inn, and Merchant Lardwick says, "Hello, come in and have a seat. My good wife will get to you momentarily." And you notice that there are some targets set up over here for the wily-hearted.
For some dart throwing?
Looks like there's all kinds of stuff sticking out of them. There's crossbow bolts, arrows, darts. And there are 2 interesting characters at the bar. One seems to be a young human. A young man dressed in frontiersman clothes with a long face. He looks very athletic and well built. He's quiet. He has a long sword and short sword on either side of his waist, and a short bow over his shoulder. He wears a rather lumpy backpack on his back, which seems to bear all that he owns. And he's sitting at the bar with a halfling. And
Strider, is that you? I'm just kidding.
So the halfling seems to be a stout halfling, which is the more dwarvish of the halflings. And he is as fat as a beach ball and short as hell, barely 3 feet tall. And those are pretty much, besides you guys, the only two patrons in here at this time. The ranger-looking fellow looks like he could use a bath. And the halfling has quick eyes darting about the room, and he is eye-fucking the party right now, looking at those coin purses. So Matthias, as you're the first one in, the good wife Lardwick comes over to the table at which you are seated, and what is this? A pole arm. Okay. I'll just delete that. She comes over and says,
Good evening. What can I get for you, young people? Oops.
Good evening. What can I get for you, young people?
First time here. I'm not sure what's on the menu. I'll definitely take a glass of milk if you have it, and maybe a good sandwich with some ham or some beef.
Sandwich? Is that a witch from the desert?
Not quite. Maybe like 2 pieces of bread with some meat between it.
Ah, bread and meat. We've got those. As well as boiled vegetables and smashed potatoes. Would you like some mash?
Sounds great. I'd love it.
Right away.
and she goes off to the fire, where there is a pot boiling, and it looks like a few roasts on a spit. And she quickly... Oh, right. Need a campfire, don't I? So there's a good fire going. Which lights up most of the room. And by now, the sun is really getting low. And she runs into the corner over here and grabs some cutlery and what appears to be a tin plate and a spoon and knife. Looks like a serrated knife for cutting meat. And she comes over here, and it looks like the plate is... It has a depression in it, as though it were to hold some kind of liquid. And she kind of comes over. She grabs this big knife and cuts off a big chunk of one of the roasts. and reaches over and grabs this long loaf of bread from beside the fire that's been like toasting, and rips off almost half of this loaf. It's like a 2 foot long loaf, and she rips off about half of it, so about a foot long, and it looks like sort of like a French bread type of thing. Like the outside is hard and the inside is soft, and puts it on the plate and scoops on some boiled vegetables out of a pot, and then a scoop of what appears to be mashed white stuff, like probably mashed potatoes, onto the plate as well. And there's a butter dish set up near the fire to keep it kind of soft, with a large butter knife, and she scoops some butter out with the butter knife and puts it all over the bread and then on top of the potatoes real quick, and brings it over to your table, and sets it down in front of you, Matthias. And she says,
Tonight's supper is roast beef, mashed potatoes, boiled carrots and onions, with my signature bread covered in butter, for the cost of 5 copper.
Looks delicious. Thank you, ma'am. And he hands her 5 copper.
okay. And she quickly takes the copper and runs over and grabs a clean pitcher and kind of dunks it into this barrel. It's an upstanding barrel that appears to be filled with water, and grabs a tankard, which is normally what you would drink ale with. Just a wooden, beer mug, and she places it in front of you and pours you quickly some water. Oh my, okay. And says,
Is there anything else I can get you, sir?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you very much, ma'am.
And for the rest of you?
and it's now Asher and Company.
Asher waves to Oliver, henchman and follower, and says, those smashed potatoes look good, and some of the, give us a little bit of everything." And she hands over a gold, which should be way more than.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, "Yeah, just some for all of us, and some ale and wine for the table, please." And Varen and Brian Druid are gonna polymorph themselves so that they can also eat and enjoy the meal.
All right. And she quickly scurries back to the fire and grabs you all some platters of food and brings them to your tables, and scurries back to get that ale and wine. So the ale and wine are a bit more expensive than the food, so there's probably enough for 5 pitchers of ale and 5 pitchers of wine and to feed everyone.
Sure.
And she just kind of puts these platters at everyone's table and pitchers and whatnot, and hurries back over to the bar and grabs knives and spoons. They don't really use forks yet, and brings them back to the table. And then hurries back over to you, Asher, and says,
Is there anything else I can get you?
Oh, that's great. Thanks. Well, actually, yes. After I eat, I'd love a bath. If you don't care, I can for a bath and laundry service for all of us. And she kind of motions at the room.
she nods, and she quickly goes behind the bar and steps through the door. And you can hear her, talking with someone. Sounds like some other women. And oh. And 3 other women come out with her. And together, all 4 begin kind of like cleaning up the tables and whatnot. And the good wife Lardwick tells one of them, this blonde gal, to go run, baths and get the laundry trough ready. And she nods, and so she goes over to the fire and grabs a large set of large buckets and kind of comes over to that barrel and dunks the buckets in to get water out, and she sets the buckets on the fire on like a rack to heat up the contents, and then she disappears down this hallway into a back room somewhere, and you can hear rattling of objects, maybe other buckets and whatnot, and sliding of heavy objects across wooden floors and things of that nature. Shandrak.
Shandrak will say, yes, I would like 3 of the special too. That sounds perfectly good.
And by this
And-
time, you can start smelling the aroma of this food. It smells absolutely wonderful. It looks like the meat has been seasoned with thyme and salt. And the potatoes are all buttery, and you can smell the mashed goodness of the steam from it emanating from everyone's dinner.
And Chandra kind of motions the good wife to come over after he's given her his order.
And the good wife Lardwick comes back midway through grabbing your dinners,
And,
and she
kinda-
says,
Yes, what can I do for you?
so Chandrak kind of noticing the halfling kind of giving us all the stink eye. Chandrak is going to try to kind of stealthily palm a platinum piece into Goodwife's hand. Like, that should more than cover it.
What are you implying? Does this have something to do with the halfling?
I mean, you're just saying he's giving us the stink eye, so, I just want to give her a platinum piece without it being obvious that I'm giving her a platinum piece.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll pickpockets. Without any helping tools or modifiers. Okay, so you're able to slip a coin unbeknownst to anyone but the good wife Lardwick into her hand as she's standing next to you. And she kind of looks down and sees it and nods. And she sort of pretends to adjust her bodice momentarily, and you can see that she slips the coin into her dress. And she walks back over to the fire and gathers your platters and brings them back to the table, along with pitchers of water and tankards for drinking, and spoons and knives for cutting and scooping of food.
Yeah, Chandrak will kind of go over and he'll pick up one of the pitchers of wine that Asher ordered and bring it to the table that he's at. And he'll start pouring glasses for everybody. Matthias, would you prefer wine or ale?
I appreciate the offer, but actually don't drink alcohol.
No? Oh, this is something worth celebrating. You're joining the order. This might be your last day in civilization for a while.
Well, I guess we do have something to be victorious about after venturing into the Minotaur lair, if you will. Do they have any elven wine? Otherwise, I'll just take the regular one.
You heard the man. Do you have anything elven? Anything in the back room, perhaps?
No, only human wine in these pots.
They never got a lucky trader to pass by.
Well, because of the mithril wall, our standing with the elves is, well, as you can imagine, not very high. It is a signed treaty, but an uneasy one at that. We do trade with the dwarves, however, but trade with the elves is a bit touch and go, as you can imagine.
You don't want any dwarf alcohol, do you, Matthias?
I'll pass on that one. But
I-
I'll see if along our travels I can maybe talk to my people about getting some logistics set up for some Fey wine here.
I think we have a bladder of gut shaker in the back somewhere.
Yummy.
I think your house wine will do.
No. Very well. I think it's stiffened up a bit since we purchased it anyways.
And Chandrak will just begin pouring a glass and start eating and drinking.
And the good wife Lardwick goes back to her like sweeping and mopping of the floors and sort of sponging down the countertops and brushing them off. And you can see like bits of food and whatnot hit the floor as she does so, which she then sweeps and mops. End of round, and first up is Matthias. You noticed that as soon as you said, I don't drink alcohol, that this ranger fellow sort of did like a double take. And then went back to his dinner of ale and bread.
Gotcha. Well, I just started eating all the good food and then take a little sip of the wine as I'm eating.
All right. And the ranger kind of looks over at you again and says, "Are you a Yanis elf?"
Why, yes, sir, I am. How did you notice?
Well, I'm a ranger of the Yanis Wood, but I don't recognize you. Are you part of the Queen's tribe?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Huh. Well, I don't know everyone. And he
My name
raises...
is,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, my name is Matthias Gabriel.
He gives you cheers by raising his glass. He doesn't actually say cheers, but he raises his glass to you. And he says, "I'm Ziller, the ranger."
It's a pleasure to meet you, Zeller. And he raises his wine glass as well.
And Ziller takes a big gulp of ale and then raises his glass once again and turns back to the bar and concentrates on eating his bread and butter, I guess. I don't know why I put the halfling next to him, but they are not sitting together. The halfling is over here, kind of in the corner. And he does have pretty quick eyes that are darting around the room. And he's kind of eating one of the platters that you guys have. And drinking like a half pint of ale. It's a smaller tankard. Anything else for Matthias?
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right, Asher.
Asher will vacate her seat and give it up to Ryan Druid, and she'll take her glass of wine and head on over to the table where Matthias and Chandrak are sitting. And she kind of looks over at toward the halfling where Chandrak's looking and makes eye contact with Shandrak and raises an eyebrow. and oh, sorry. And she just like takes a drink of her wine without saying anything. Says it is. It looks at Matthias and says, "Yeah, I overheard. It is a cause for celebration. So, she like raises her glass to clink with Matthias's and says, "Welcome. It's great to have you."
So
Thank you very much, ma'am. The honor is mine.
from previous members of the Order of the Superior Star, and before that the Superstars, and before that the Circus, you've heard stories of one of the founding members of the Circus. His name was Thrashim Mayai, and he was a mountain dwarf from the mountains nearby here. And one of his henchmen was a halfling that was said to have, when Thrashim retired, it was said that the halfling, settled in Enervia City, and that he was in fact a stout halfling. And this halfling kind of fits his description.
As she like makes that connection, she kind of squints over to see if like it does seem to match that description, and she like raises her voice a little bit and says, "I don't suppose you are familiar with Grasham Mayan?" In the direction of the halfling.
Did you say Thrashim?
I did.
Why, yes, he was my best friend for years.
I hope he's doing well. I don't believe that we've run into one another, but he is sort of a predecessor of mine, and as such, I respect his work.
My name is Charlie Surefoot. I was a member of the circus.
Asher gestures over to the table where all of our ale and wine is and says, "Well, get yourself a glass. Sit down. Tell us about your adventures, and we'll tell you of ours." And she's just trying to create a sort of friendly atmosphere.
He gets a big smile on his fat little face, and he says,
Okay.
and he grabs his plate and comes over to your table. He sits down, kind of squeezing in between Shandrak and Erdrin, kind of pushing him apart as he does so, and sets his drink down in his platter, and he starts scooping food into his mouth, and he says,
I thought I'd never see you go good. Nom, 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 nom. I sure am happy to see you. I hear you guys changed your name from the circus to the Superstars, and now the Order of the Superior Star. I'm going. Nom, 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 nom.
Asher kind of like rolls her hand and says, "Yeah, you got that right. Sometimes you gotta reinvent yourself as circumstances change."
Yeah, I sure did have a lot of fun when I was in the circus with Thrashim. I made so much money, I was able to retire at a young age.
Yeah, there's definitely good money in it. I was able to buy a ship and I cruise on the ship and I think and Tenzi, who's absent at this time, but he's got a monastery, and yeah, we're cleaning up, and it's nice when you're able to make the good work pay. You know what I mean?
And he stuffs his mouth so full he can't talk. And like his cheeks are bulging like a little chipmunk with food. And he just sits there and nods, and a little bit of food kind of dribbles down over his lip onto his chin, and he's looking around at the rest of you guys and nodding, and he's got a big smile on his face as he chews.
Asher leans back in her chair and just sips her wine, enjoying a moment where she's with her friends and nobody's in mortal danger.
And Chandrak and company.
Yeah, Chandrak is just sipping his wine, and Aaron's keeping an eye out on the door, and yeah, I'm good. I don't really have anything right now.
All right. End of round, and it's Matthias.
Yeah, I'm just kind of finishing up my meal and just kind of looking around, smirking little with a little bit of amusement, in a friendly manner, of course. And but yeah, otherwise, I'm just finishing my meal.
Okay. All right, so you can hear the wind begin to pick up really hard outside, and it starts to rain. And then Asher and company.
Asher's you know, chowing down on her food, and she looks over at the dartboard and the archery board and shrugs his shoulder and says, "If anyone wants a game, I'm up for it."
Chandrak says, "Sure. I'll try out my new dagger."
She smiles. Let's do it. And she will position herself in front of one of the boards. And she pulls a dagger out of her wrist sheath. And she's gonna throw it.
All right. You also notice that these waitresses have taken down some of the wooden targets that were against the wall over there, and replaced them with these hack and slash dummies.
Oh, nice.
So there's one on either side of the door, and you know, you could take. Looks like they've been cut by all manner of blades and like bashed with maces and flails and clubs and whatnot. And activity in the bar stops, Asher, and all eyes are on you.
Oh shit. Alright, so 2, 4, 6. Alright, so that's short range.
Yeah, we can go up to short range. We don't.
Yeah, that's all short range. That whole carpet for almost every weapon in the game. Okay, and of course, there's no difference between on a target between shieldless, side, anything. So it's all turtle AC, and you manage to roll a natural 20. And
it's right between the eyes of the dummy.
it's dead center in the red circle in the center of the bullseye, because they're bullseye targets, and
Okay.
you get it right in the center. And there was already an arrow there, and you split it right down the middle.
Asher kind of laughs and goes back to her chair and
the ladies all start cheering, and Ziller says "Yay!" and Mr. Lardwick says "Yay!" So there's like a cheer and some clapping.
She'll retrieve her dagger and she leans in close so that nobody can see her smile, and then like she'll turn back and head back. You know, sometimes you get lucky. Give it a shot, Chandra.
Chandrak's like, all right, and he's starting to crack his knuckles. Like, let's see.
And activity in the room stops, and all eyes are on you, Chandrak.
Chandrak will take the same spot, unsheath his dagger at his belt, and yeah, he'll try to go for the eye, I guess.
All right. You get it pretty good. It's like almost dead on. Where it's like slightly above where Asher landed her dagger. Just slightly.
Pretty good. But yeah.
Asher says, well, I did just get back from training, and let me tell you, those guys throw daggers all the time. Like, my wrist, it's like carpal tunnel, I think.
And Chandrak will come out and yank his dagger back out. It's like, well, yeah, that was a clear win for you. Good job. And yeah, Chandrak will raise a glass for you.
That was your longsword +4.
Oh, yeah. Let me do that again. There it is. Yeah, damage is wrong.
And you still hit.
Chandrak will raise up his wine glass and say, he's like, let's hear it for the skill of Asher.
And Chandrak's not bad at all either. Plus he has magic, which is very cool.
And end of round, and it's Matthias.
Nice. Matthias gives a big smile and a nod to Asher. and a little golf clap, and finishes his meal.
He makes a mock bow.
And Asher.
Yeah, Asher just wants to spend, you know, a little bit more time eating and drinking wine, and then she's gonna, kind of shuffle everybody off to take their baths because they don't smell too good, and she's got to live with them for a while.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm good with that too. I was just gonna eat and wait for the baths to finish.
All right. At the end of the round, the blonde gal comes back out, and she says,
Mrs. Lodwick, the baths and laundry are ready.
and she starts grabbing those buckets of water that have been sitting over the fire and carrying them back to the back room. And Goodwife Lardwick comes over and grabs a few buckets herself and brings them through this way. And then after a moment, they come back. And first up is Matthias.
Yeah, he's just kind of just taking in the scenery, and that'll be it for me.
All right. Asher.
Asher will look in the direction of where they came from, where the baths are supposed to be set up. And she'll start heading that direction.
All right. You can see down the hall a little ways. There are several bathtubs set up, and then in the back is this woman, which is Goodwife Lardwick's twin sister, getting the laundry ready. She's got this tub set up with a washboard in it, and she's unpackaging some wax paper, which contains soap. And she pulls a bar of soap out, and she kind of does a double take as you're approaching and says,
Oh, were you here to deposit your laundry, ma'am? I'm ready
yes,
to start whenever you are.
And Asher will call over her shoulder, guys, baths, laundry. And Brian Druid, who doesn't wear clothes, will stay where he is. But everybody else will start heading that direction.
and you can see that they have set up. Five bathtubs in the front and laundry in the back, and then they're like constantly cycling hot water in. So these two gals in the front, the good wife Lardwick and the blonde gal, are filling up their buckets again at the barrel and setting up the buckets on the fire.
Asher will head on out to give the men some bathing privacy, and she'll head back to the table of Chandrak and Matthias and say, "Whenever you guys are done, I'll take my turn." She'll go back and continue eating and drinking her wine while everybody else deposits their laundry and starts bathing.
Okay. And Chandrak and Company.
I think at this point, Erdrin would have finished. He'd finished his meal. And would have had maybe like a sip of a drink, and then Erdrin's gonna if people are taking a bath here, he's going to crawl underneath the table and try to hide the shadows. Just in case. And Chandrak's just chilling, having some wine.
All right. Next up is Matthias. You notice that Erdrin, the assassin, crawls underneath the table with his musket and just kind of disappears, like you just can't see him.
All right. Yeah, I guess I go take my shower or bath or whatever then. I don't know, it won't let me move my piece for some reason.
There we
There
go.
we go.
Mad Moen's token just kind of came out of nowhere. Speaking of Mad Moen, at this time, Mad Moen walks in the door.
Hey, welcome.
Evening.
Oh, fancy meeting you here. I just came in to have an ale.
Come in, come in. I think we might still have a jug. You can pour one of ours.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Sounds like the weather's getting nasty out there. Get nice
Yeah.
and warm.
I'm gonna have to dry off my armor after this. It was a slow day today at court. No war or anything. I need to start getting out on patrols or something. I'm getting bored. Just advising the king all day. Of course, he is so young. Anyways, thanks for the ale.
Asher grimaces. That does sound really boring.
Oh yeah, and that's only the half of it. Then I have to listen to all the peasants and stuff screaming and crying about their cows and goats. How one guy accidentally took in one guy's cow and slaughtered it because he didn't see the brand on the cow's ass. Whatever. Give me a good war.
Asher hands him a second pitcher. You're gonna need this.
He drinks out of the pitcher. Doesn't even bother pouring it into a tankard. Glug, glug.
Glug, glug, glug. Glug, glug, glug. Thanks, I needed that. Good stiff drink at the end of the day.
And he sets his axe down on the floor. Which he actually carries with him. Even at court. Next up is Asher.
Yeah, she's her people are still bathing for probably a couple more rounds. They're just kind of they're business-like finishing up because they know people are waiting on them. But when Matthias walks back, Anatar is gonna look at him and says, "Matthias, hi mate. We're all just rub-a-dubbing back here. And momentarily should be swapping out the water. And then it'll be free. And you're just looking at a bunch of naked dudes. Just throw it up.
All right. Shandrak.
Erdrin is going to crawl out of the table and Featherfoot, but he's just gonna go like just outside the door, so I can see inside and out. And
I love
Yeah,
the intensity of Erdrin.
yeah, he's security. He had his meal and he's good. Ryer, I think, is going to start just playing a little tune to, make the air a little jolly. And Jack just waiting his turn to fall in that bath.
So apparently Erdrin doesn't have a move silently score anymore.
Is that the necklace? Or
Did
you're
you put
looking at
his
his...
new token down?
Weird. He's got 105%. What the hell? No, it said I rolled Erdrin.
I did put the new token down.
I put the token to the back. I don't... There we go.
I do.
There we go. Maybe I just hit it too fast or something. Hit enter too fast. Okay. Anything else for Shandrak?
No, he's just probably finishing up his glass of wine and waiting to take his bath.
All right. Time now is 8:06 p.m. and first up is Matthias. As soon as you get back there, Matthias, you can see that the bathtubs are all taken, but there is a gal in the back waiting for your laundry. She's got her hands out. And she looks like she's maybe capable enough to help you get out of your armor.
All right, yeah, he takes off his armor and clothes and takes a bath.
She helps you doff your armor, and she takes your clothes and throws them into the tub in the back with the scrub board thing, whatever they're called. and she starts scrubbing the washboard, and she starts scrubbing your clothes, putting soap on them, and she goes, she dunks your clothes, and she says, she drags the soap across each item of clothing 1, 2, 3 times, and then she goes plunge and scrub. Plunge, and she plunges the clothes in the water, pulls them out, and scrubs them against the washboard. And then she plunges it again and rubs it against the washboard. And she goes plunge and scrub. And then she picks it up, wrings it out, and she's got some like laundry lines set up in this back room back here. And she hangs up, what was it, your cloak or underwear or whatever. And she hangs it up, and she's got these laundry pins on this the back of her like apron or whatever. She puts your chonies up on the line real quick, and then quickly she reaches back, grabs 2 laundry pins, and quickly snaps up and puts the laundry pins on either side of your chonies, and snaps them on or squeezes them on or whatever. And she goes back to cleaning your other stuff, other undergarments or whatever. And eventually she gets down to, wiping off your armor. She grabs a cloth and, turns your armor so that the plates are on the floor or whatever, and kind of cleans out the inside. Avoiding, the padding and whatnot, because it needs to stay dry. And then she cleans off the outside of it for you with soapy water and dries it with a towel. Real quick. And anything else from Matthias? Just kind of standing there naked.
Yeah, I guess I'd take the bath and then put my clothes back on.
All right. So there's kind of like a line, as you can see, all the bathtubs are taken, but there is a wood elf right here, and he only takes up about half the bathtub compared to the other guys. They're kind of big. Who's this? Oh, Jim. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Jim takes up the whole bathtub. But Karen Glor, the other wood elf, he only takes about half the bathtub, and looks like there's enough room in there for another wood elf. Yeah.
I'll make room for you. Please join me.
No, I'll just wait my turn.
And Asher and company. So your group kind of quickly washes off, and they're all clean now. And
They'll follow out and kind of wait to get their clothes back.
And the ladies come in with buckets of water, set them down, and they grab each tub one in turn and drag them out the back door. And you hear a splash as they upturn the tubs and bring them back in and set them back up. And then
Anatar will help. He'll just pick up a tub and take it out and splash it out. He's doing all this still naked because he doesn't have his clothes, but yeah, he'll just start emptying tubs.
Yeah. And they add water again, replenishing the hot water in each tub. Just a little bit at the bottom. I mean, they don't really fill them up. There isn't enough time. But it's like a 5-gallon bucket at the bottom of a tub that's probably about the size of a barrel anyways. Turned on a barrel turned on its side. So, it fills it up a good quarter of the way, like just enough to get the twig and berries in there and the buns and The rest is kind of done with a cloth. And
Anatar will shout, "Next round, mates!"
okay. And Shandrak and Company.
Oh dear. Okay, so here in there's an opening. Let's see. Yeah, Ryer will come on out. And he'll try to get in the tub.
And Airdrin hears footsteps in the rain. And it looks like Matrice, the young paladin, is approaching in the rain. And he walks right by Airdrin, not noticing him. And comes in, sort of shakes off the excess water on the outside of his armor. And just kind of comes over to Moen and pats his shoulder and walks around the table. And comes over and takes a seat next to the halfling. And pulls up his chair, sits down, and says, "What are we having? What are we having? Ooh, roast beef platter. My favorite."
Yeah, it was quite good tonight, I'll say.
Ah, looks like it. Everyone's had their fill and taking baths, I see.
Yep, we've had a long time of adventuring, so we need to blow off some steam. Wash off the grime before we get any more on us.
Ah. I've heard of the benefits of adventuring. Perhaps one day I'll be able to go on an adventure of my own. But until then, I'm a lowly servant of the court. The king's bitch, really, but that's my lot in life. As a paladin.
Have you done any adventuring?
No, I almost did with your group back when you were called the Superstars, but I changed my mind. I was... I don't know. I just changed my mind for some reason.
I think Shandrak will I think he'll cast a detect magic with his staff.
Okay. That one's 45 rounds, right? Oh, 18 rounds. Okay.
And Ryer is just he's taking his bath, and Erdrin is taking his bath in the rain.
So in depth.
And then, do you want to use detect magic to detect some magic?
Yeah, I don't know if I can. Sorry, I had to reload my page because things went black. But would I be able to just like rotate and detect magic in the direction of where Moen laid his axe down?
Oh, yeah. Yep. And you detect nothing. So that remember that one shot you guys did?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That wasn't actually in the game. It was just a one shot.
Okay. Uh-huh.
So yeah.
Right.
But yeah, that would have been that would have been overwhelming magic, but that one shot was a one shot. It wasn't part of the game because I think you guys were in the middle of a dungeon at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the water temple. You guys were in the water temple, so I couldn't make it an actual session of Solynod Hex. It had to be a one shot in Solynod Hex.
Yeah.
So the Vorpal axe that you guys won.
Oh no, I didn't expect it to be that. I was just wondering what his normal loadout might have looked like.
Yeah, it's a completely non-magical axe. You can tell that it's made of elven steel, which is an alloy of mithril silver and steel.
Silver and steel. Okay.
Yeah, mithril silver and steel alloy, and it what it does, it makes it weigh like 10% less or something like that. And then also you notice that it is forged with quality. It's a high quality elven steel two-handed sword. And by the way, elven steel isn't pure mithril. So it can't be enchanted to +4 like pure mithril can.
Mm.
Elven steel can only be enchanted to, I think, +2, something like that. But yeah, it's elven steel. Anything else?
No, that's good for now.
Okay. End of round. Time now is 8:07 p.m. and first up is Matthias. So that water, it's nice and hot, and the soap smells pretty good. It's really flowery. It floats in the water, so you can tell it's made from really good, like high quality fat, and the scent is really strong. It smells like this really, really flowery perfume, and everyone else smelled like it when they got out of the water. They'd all washed their hair in it and scrubbed their faces with it and their bodies, and they all smelled of this flowery, perfumed soap.
Nice. Yeah, I just take my bath then and get out and get dressed.
All right. And everyone's clothes are kind of being washed, but the good wife Lardwick's twin sister seems to be really fast at laundry. She's just like plunge and scrub and plunge and scrub, soap. 1, 2, 3, and hanging them up real quick. So she's like a machine, but it will take a while for the clothes to sort of dry. So she hands out these they call them dressing gowns, but it's a bathrobe essentially. But she hands you each a dressing gown, which is just a terry cloth white bathrobe that has like a white terry cloth strip as a belt to keep it closed. And the floor is relatively clean because the good wife Lardwick has been sweeping it and mopping it since you guys have arrived, other than when she was serving you. And the other gals are keeping everything pretty clean, so you could just walk on the floor barefoot back to your table in your dressing gowns and, finish your food, she says. And next up is Asher.
Alright, so Asher will, hearing that there's space, kind of head to the hallway. These people have much in dressing gowns, a couple people still in bathtubs, and she'll covers her eyes and says, "Okay, just doing my thing," and she is gonna come over and yeah, she'll say, I'll give you guys some privacy. I'll wait. She'll stay at the table, but she doesn't seem like embarrassed or anything. I think over months of travel, like they have nominally seen each other in various stages of undress. It's like not trying to embarrass anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody has kind of, camped together multiple times and stayed in different forms of houses, Adrian houses, Panoplian houses, slept in the same rooms and stuff, changed clothes in front of each other. So it's just kind of like locker room life.
Yeah. She'll come back and she'll sip her wine a little bit longer and just make some chit chat with everybody at the table.
All right.
And people in the dressing gowns will start filtering back out and take up space at the table they had before and give a little room until their clothes are ready.
All right. You guys notice that Matrice and Moen, seeing that everyone is coming back out in their dressing gowns, they kind of mosey over to the bar and they get, order, quote unquote, the usual, and Lardwick nods and brings over pitchers of ale and the platter that everyone's having. And Moen, rather than putting his axe on the floor, he swings the axe into the bar and leaves it stuck in the counter right in front of where he is eating. And you can see other, I don't know, cuts or whatever where he's done this before. Many times. Many times before. And, he drops a gold on the countertop right after he does it, supposedly in payment for replacing the countertop or whatever. And, Lardwick nods. Doesn't say anything about it.
Like this fucking guy.
Did you have your turn?
I did, yeah.
Okay. So you got 17 more rounds to detect magic, and it's Shandrak and Company.
So Shandrak will he'll come back up over by the bar and be like, so Moen, so how itchy are you to go back and adventure in, huh? You look pretty tough. You got an important job out here. Think you can spare the time joining me, slay some demons?
Oh, I would love it. I would love it. What's your current adventure?
Oh, right now. Oh, well, if you're looking for a war, right now we're trying to find these books called Demonomicons, and we're trying to actually we know where a few of them are right now. They're over in all the way over in Adria, and we're trying to stop some gnarly demon summoning and save the world.
Huh. I've never been to Adria before. That'll be fun.
What do you think? You want to come with me?
Oh. With you? Oh.
Yeah.
Uh, let me think. You said there's treasure in adventuring?
Oh, so much. We just got the mother load of jink before we came in here. I'm sure there's much more to come.
Yeah. Huh. It is pretty far away. It's, uh, hmm. Well, I could lock up my house, and I could tell the king I was going on an adventure. He'd understand.
And hey, when you do eventually come back to the kingdom, you know what? That priestess Terra gave us a tax to find this gnarly Vorpal Great Axe, and she specifically told us to give it to you. So
She did?
we got that coming eventually. Yeah, we don't have it on us, but once we go kill the Yugoloth that has it, it'll be yours.
Oh. Well, she does owe me a really big favor.
Well, sounds like she's taken a. We got a resurrection and a restoration from her, so she's calling in our favor with the favor for you.
Hmm.
But we'll be fighting a lot of demons before we're able to get to that.
Huh. Let's see.
Look forward to it.
Uh, I'm thinking, when are you leaving?
Oh, well, time is of the essence. I imagine we'll probably be leaving tomorrow morning.
Wow, such short notice. Huh?
We are on a world-saving quest. It'll be exciting. And of course, whatever, I am a main member, so I'll get my share of treasure, and then I divide my treasure evenly between my henchmen. So you'll get a fourth of what I get.
I'm trying to remember if tieflings get a racial reaction adjustment.
I don't think so.
+1 bonus to intelligence and charisma. and suffer a -1 penalty to strength and wisdom. Yeah, I think you're right. We don't. Okay. Moen says,
All right. Fuck it. I'll do it. I'll leave the king a letter, uh, giving, notice of my sabbatical from the court, and I'll go with you. Yeah, I'll do it.
Hell yeah. You're going to have a great time. I can't wait to battle with you. And then Shandrak slaps him on the back. Welcome to the team.
I mean, not sabbatical, but leave. Yeah, take my leave.
And then with that, Shandrak says, now it's my turn for a bath. And he'll go over and find an empty tub.
And
with that, we'll take a 5-minute break while my map reloads. We'll be right back in 5. And we're back. Okay. And Mad Moen Andersnecht has joined the party.
Yeah. Another fighter up.
Okay, end of round. Time now is 8:08 p.m. First up is Matthias.
Alright, yeah, Matthias finishes up and comes back and sits back at the table.
All right. And you notice two two new patrons sitting at the bar. There's this guy, Mad Moen, whom you've heard of. He is the general of the army that fought in the Mithril War against your people. So he was the military commander on the human side. And then this guy, Matrice, whom I don't think you've heard of. Yes, you wouldn't even know his name was Matrice. I don't even think you would really know he was a paladin, but he's wearing, see, he's a tall teenage, athletically built man with a lantern jaw, broad shoulders, and an awkward, lanky gait, wearing exquisite plate mail and a backpack with a sword on each hip. So, two long swords. Yeah, this plate mail is fucking gorgeous. Like, it's regular plate mail. It's not field plate or full plate. So the plates are tied on to hauberk, like a chain hauberk. Yeah, that's just how plate mail works. And he's got a open face helmet that comes with it. So probably just like a steel sallet or something. And his two swords are ordinary. And it seems like that's the only thing he's armed with. He has black hair and brown eyes, and he looks really young, like about 17. And then Moen, I think, is in his early 20s. Let me check. But he's wearing full plate mail. Moen is. It looks ordinary though. And yeah, he's 21 years old. So still fairly young. And Moen is a walking tin can of dented and bloody full plate mail carrying a great axe. It's not bloody right now though. His great helm is emblazoned with a wide black stripe of thick horsehair. There is insignia of some significance rank on his breastplate, and his spurred sabatons echo the sound of cold steel on hard surfaces. So ping, ping, ping whenever he takes a step. He's wearing spurs on his sabatons. Okay, anything else for Matthias?
No, I'm good. He just admires their armor and gives him a smirk and a head nod.
Okay, Asher.
Asher will head back to the tubs and see that they're still taking, and then finally she rolls her eye. Because I'm coming in. She will drop her clothes off with the good wife's twin sister. And she's gonna take a tub and start washing.
All right. The water is nice and hot, and the soap smells of a flowery perfume. Shandrak. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. If you had anything else.
Everyone else is just carrying on, eating and drinking, and she's just scrubbing as deep as she can, and just like lets out an audible sigh. She's bad. That's it.
And Shandrak.
So by now I'm sure Ryer's probably done, so he'll get out and offer his clothes to be washed. Thank you, good wife, Ryer says, as he starts handing her his clothes.
She does look a lot like the good wife, Lardwick, but on closer inspection, you can see she's not. She could be someone else's good wife, but definitely not Mr. Lardwick's good wife. Anything else for Shandrak?
No, that's all for now.
All right. So end of round, and first up is Matthias.
Matthias gives out a little yawn and just kind of says in general to the party, I'm going to go check on Shadow for a bit. I'll be outside. And Mosey's on out.
All right. So first thing you notice is how dark it's gotten since you've been inside. And then as you step out, immediately this downpour gets in your hair. Your hair isn't like fully dry yet, so it's getting your hair wet. And as a contrast to the hot water, this nice cool rain is different. There's a contrast. I don't know how you feel about it, but yeah, it is definitely a lot cooler. And it was pretty warm inside. I'm not gonna lie. Like, elves aren't as affected by temperature as humans are, So, it might not really feel much different to be outside than inside. So, I don't know how you feel about that, but there is a difference. However, unremarkable is your choice. And the rain is just pouring. Let's see, I have this thing's tokens. I had weather. Weird. Maybe it's just weather now. Find. Yeah.
Is there an
Okay.
overhanging from the building for at least like the first
Yeah.
5 feet?
Yeah, slightly. Oh, right. I don't have animations turned on, so it doesn't matter. All right. But the wind has picked up really heavily. Like there's So I actually rolled hurricane, but you have to get hurricane 2 days in a row for it to turn into a hurricane. So right now it's a gale, which means really fast winds. And the rain is coming down in sheets. It's really heavy. So, anything else for Matthias?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, Asher.
Asher continues scrubbing and seeing Matthias head out to the rain in his dressing gown and saying he was going to check on Shadow. Karanglor is going to like quietly slip away from the table and he'll just kind of stand inside the door and look out to sort of try to keep an eye on Matthias. He doesn't see him immediately. He like takes a step outside the door. And you said there is an overhang?
Slightly, for like if you were leaning up against the wall,
Yeah.
it probably wouldn't get you.
Okay, so yeah, he's just gonna lean against the wall and just quietly observe Matthias and Shadow and just sort of keep an eye on things quietly.
Okay,
That'll be all.
Shandrak.
Ryer will collect his clothes and head back to the table. And Shandrak will come on out and offer his robe to be cleaned.
And she takes it and she's like, plunge and scrub and plunge and scrub and done. And hangs something up and then turns around and takes your robe and puts it in the water to soak. And you can see that the water is all frothy with soap now. Really bubbly.
Wonderful, thank you.
She nods
And he'll take his temporary bathrobe and come back to the main room.
Yeah.
And okay, so I have a question. looking at Mad Mullen right now. So I see that he has tight group spears. Does that mean he can use a javelin?
Um, let's see. Weapon groups. So combat and tactics. Weapon specialization. Weapon proficiencies. Weapon groups. Mm,
Yeah, spear should be harpoon, javelin, any spear, and trident.
it depends on the book. We're using combat and tactics. Is that for combat and tactics?
It's out of the complete fighters.
So that one's wrong. It could be the same. I don't know. I never
So-
cross-referenced.
In combat and tactics, I see spears and javelins, and then I see spears, javelins under separate categories underneath that.
Where did you find that in combat and tactics?
Chapter 4, weapon specialization. No, sorry. Chapter 7, weapons and armor, and then weapon group.
Okay. Tight group, spears, and javelins. Spears. And javelins. There. Okay. It's fixed on his character sheet. So that includes spear, long spear, all pike, javelin, pilum, dart, harpoon, trident, and brandastock.
All right. Good shit. Wonderful. Yeah, Chandrick will just say, don't worry, though. We can wait on that Vorpal sword. I got something magical waiting for you at home.
Vorpal axe.
Vorpal axe, yeah. And I think Chandrak is just going to...
Oh, thank you. Sounds like a plan.
And Chandrak is,
Oh,
I think, just
no,
gonna
he doesn't say
spend-
that. Fuck. That's a different guy. But he says,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think Chandrak is going to spend the rest of his time waiting for his clothes to dry and reading the Volume 2 of Marshulk spellbook.
okay. And you notice that the duration of your read magic has ended, but you're still able to read magic.
Yeah.
Yay!
Fuck yeah.
Yay.
And you said Marshall
I was on the
Spellbook Volume
second-
2.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. So that is page 1.
Okay. That's all for me.
All right. And end of round. And first up is Matthias.
Yeah, so Matthias is just kind of like petting Shadow and humming them an elven tune, and just kind of observing the street and whatnot. Otherwise, that's it for me.
Okay. You notice a guy kind of passed by. Maybe 10, 15 feet away. Looks like his head is covered by a hood. The hood of his cloak because of the rain. And you hear him approach. You hear his footsteps. And he just kind of keeps his distance and goes around the corner down here. Asher.
Asher finishes up her bath, and she's gonna get out and dry off and take one of the dressing gowns, and she just smiles and waves at the woman doing the laundry and says, "Thank you so much." And she'll turn and head back to the table. Just kind of settle in one of these chairs and sips her wine and just looks content. She kind of glances around and sees Karen Glor through the door and looks in confusion, but she shrugs. She's seen weirder stuff.
All right. Shandrak.
Shandrak's just gonna read another page.
Okay, that is page 2. End of round. Next up is Matthias.
I'm just kind of doing the same thing as before.
Okay. Another guy walks by, maybe 10, 15 feet away in the rain. And he seems to have a rather hefty backpack on. And it looks like he's carrying 2 large sacks, one in either hand. And just sort of nonchalantly walks by in the rain in the dark. Probably also covered with a cloak. Next up is Asher.
Blue.
You back,
Ash?
Josh?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Did you
Oh,
guys
you're
hear
fine.
that?
No, you dropped
No,
out of
just the
Discord for a
cut
minute.
Okay. So Matthias, you notice a guy pass by in the rain that is also covered with a cloak, and he's carrying like a heavy-looking backpack with stuff hanging off of it. You can't really tell what it's, if you're not paying attention. And he's carrying 2 large sacks, one in either hand, and just kind of passes you by. Like I said, about 10, 15 feet away in the dark and the rain. And next up is Asher, who said you notice Karen Glor in the next room over.
Oh yeah, he's standing outside, just kind of keeping an eye on Matthias and Shadow. But she doesn't know why he went out there. She just sees him standing outside the door, leaning against the wall, and kind of frowns and shrugs. Um, also, just
Oh,
uh,
just a second. I think someone's at the door. Just 1 second.
sure.
All right. Sorry about that.
Problem. Oh, also, just a bit of housekeeping. Sometimes when your Discord cuts out, the stream stops. So I just wanted to double check and make sure your stream's good.
Yeah, looks like it's okay.
Sweet. So yeah, Asher and her people are just kind of vibing, just eating and drinking and waiting for Shandrak and Matthias to finish anything they want to at the tavern, and then probably head on back and call it a night.
All right. And Shandrak reads that third page.
Yeah, and like Asher, I'm just gonna be reading until my clothes are dry, and then we can head back to my place.
Oh, okay. I mean that'll probably take a couple hours.
Oh, okay, okay.
So,
That's fine. We should get our clothes before going to my house to sleep, so that's fine.
I do
Yeah.
feel like we should get our clothes.
end of round, Matthias.
What was the name of the person that came outside again?
Karenglar. He's the
Karenglar.
other wood elf. Same race as
Look-
you. And I think he's
looks
from your
over
tribe.
him.
Let me
Nice.
check.
Looks over to him and says in Elven.
Nope.
Then he says,
Different tribe.
Yeah, he's from the Forever Forest.
Yeah.
Well, either way, looks over to him, says in Elven, looks like we're gonna get 2 showers tonight.
And he looks back and says,
Yes, unfortunately so. But it is a good contrast of the other. It feels nice on my skin.
I agree. And he just continues humming a tune and petting Shadow.
I miss the wood. Do you not?
Very much so. I long for getting back to the woods. The city is it's a nice city, but I'm definitely ready to move on.
My home forest is the Forever Forest. Have you been there?
Haven't been there, but I have heard of it. Have you been to Janus?
I have also heard of Janus. It was my people that invaded there many years ago.
Yes, well, it's good that we made amends, and we can move on from that.
Yes. Perhaps at some point we shared a common ancestor. And maybe one day I will show you my homeland, Forever Forest.
Yeah, I look forward to traveling with you and sharing our homelands together someday.
It would be an honor.
And next up is Asher.
Yeah, just continuing to eat and drink and just pass the time. You know, it's kind of gross outside, so it's even nicer in the tavern. But Carolor is right. It's the whole city is a bit stifling, and he kind of puts a hand out and cups some of the rainwater in his hand and then lets it drop onto the ground, and yeah, they're just all just chilling.
All right. And next up is Shandrak. So you read that 4th page, and you figure out what spell it is, because you read it from beginning to end, and it's the Wizard Lock spell.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Shandrak will-
No, you already read this a long time ago. Yeah, you're 2 pages into the 4th spell in this book.
I've been reading for 3 rounds now, was it?
Well, you already read the first 3 spells of this book. Do you
Yeah,
have
but
a
I guess-
record of that? And it says you're 2 pages into the 4th spell.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think I was just waiting for the books to show up in my inventory. I don't think I wrote it down.
Okay. So probably last time you guys had downtime or something, you read a 4-page Wizard Lock spell, a 3-page Misdirection spell, and a 6-page Detect Evil spell, and then you were 2 pages into the next spell. Which I think is level 2. Nope, it's level 3.
Okay, yeah, getting up there.
So that is so you've read 4 pages so far. You were 2 pages in, and it looks like you haven't figured out what the next spell is yet. So you are 6 pages into this spell now.
Alright.
Anything else for Shandrak?
No, I'm just gonna be reading and just waiting until my clothes dry so we can head home and end the day.
Okay. Matthias.
Just hanging out outside, just kind of observing and just kind of standing by.
Okay. And then you said Asher and company all went to bed, or no?
Oh, we're all just waiting on our clothes, so I think we're just passing time, chilling at the tavern until our clothes are ready.
It'll probably be about, I don't know, midnight or so when your clothes are completely dry.
Okay. So then we can walk home in the rain.
All right. Shandrak, you read the 7th page, and there's yet more. Next up is Matthias.
I'm just standing by.
All right. Do we just want to fast forward
Yeah.
to midnight? Okay. So, if everyone keeps doing the same thing until midnight, um, Shandrak. Oh. Okay. uh, you read an 8-page suggestion spell. So that
Okay.
is 8/21. Excuse me. Okay. A 4-page dispel magic.
Oh, fuck yeah. Alright. God, I'm fucking hoping to get that spell eventually.
So that's 4 out of 25. A 7-page feign death spell.
Okay.
So that's 7 out of 32. A 3-page blink spell.
Hmm.
So that is 3 out of 35. A 6-page slow spell. So that is 6 out of 41. A 3-page Leoman's Tiny Hut spell.
Hmm. Interesting.
So that's 3 out of 44. And that's it for that book.
Okay. So in the time we were waiting, could I have
Yes.
read the third book?
Yeah, because you have hours and hours. It's 240 minutes, and you've only read, let's see, 21, 19 to 44. So 44 minus 19 is 25 minutes out of 240. Yeah, 60 times 4, 240. So,
All right, Chandrak will happily list off all the things he found in that book and bust out the third one.
okay. Marshall Spellbooks Volume 3. Okay. Okay. A 7-page vacancy spell.
Hmm.
So that's level 4.
Nice.
An 8-page polymorph self spell.
Nice.
And as you know, polymorph self has a healing effect.
That is true.
It does 1d12 healing. So that's 8 out of 15 pages. And that's also level 4. Okay. A 5-page dig spell.
Okay.
Dig is weaponized against earth elemental creatures for the most part. In their monster descriptions, if it specifically says dig will do damage to them, it does usually pretty decent damage. It's 5 pages, so that's 5 out of 20. Alright, an 8-page contagion spell.
Interesting.
It's also level 4. So that's 8 out of 28. A 10-page distance distortion spell.
Okay.
So that's 10 out of 38. A 5-page false vision spell.
Okay.
That's 5 out of 43. And a 5-page Bigby's interposing hand spell.
Ooh, okay. That was just at 5?
Yeah, 5 pages out of 48.
Nice. And some newbies. Love it.
Congrats, dude. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it for that book.
There's one more Mashulk book.
All right. So I'm putting this book in your backpack right now. The third
Thank you.
one. And you didn't name any of your new spell books, correct?
No, I haven't.
Okay. I'm putting the fourth one in right now. Okay. So, in the next book, you read a 6-page anti-magic shell spell.
Oh, gotta love it. All right.
So that is level 6.
Now we're getting to the real good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a 10-page eye bite spell.
Okay.
So that's 10 out of 16. An 11-page shades spell.
Okay.
That's 11 out of 27.
Is that Oakley Shades or Ray-Ban?
I can't remember what that spell does. The
Looks like it's kind of similar to Demi Shadow and monster spells.
there is a 6-page true seeing spell.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
Yeah. So that's 6 out of 33. And an 11-page repulsion spell.
Interesting.
It's 11 out of 44. And that's it for that book.
All right. So I have 2 more books. I have the can I read the captured Wujin spell book from the old Archmage Wujin?
So you
This
have
is an
read 44, 48, that's 92. And then from the first book, it was what, 30? Let's see,
Uh,
13,
25.
14,
from the first time?
15. 29 from the first book. So /R 240 minus 29 minus 48 minus 44. So you still have 119 rounds to read.
Alright. I'll read the captured Old Wujin spellbook. The Archmage from the Water Temple. Got his spellbook and his apprentices.
Oh, that was volume 4. Okay. Uh, okay, so we'll do the apprentice first.
Alright.
Okay, the book is called The Way of the Walker. Original owner Wu Chen H. Okay. You find a 6-page read magic spell.
Okay.
You find a 6-page detect magic spell. So that's 6 out of 12. You find a 3-page magic missile spell.
Okay.
You find a 4-page summon swarm spell. That's 4 of 16. You find a 3-page invisibility spell. That's 3 out of 19. Uh, 5-page monster summoning 1 spell. That's level 3. 5 out of 24 pages used so far. Oh, I'm sorry, 6 out of 25. A 9-page phantasmal killer spell. That's 9 out of 34. And only 34 pages were written upon in this book. 34 of the 50.
Okay.
And it's called The Way of the Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I'm putting it into your folder. Shandrak. Spellbooks in my backpack.
And what about his teacher?
All right. So his teacher had one traveling spell book, yeah?
Yeah, he just had one.
This book is called A Balance to Live By. And the original owner... Wu Gen 11. Okay, 5-page read magic. A 2-page detect magic. So that's 2 out of 7. A 2-page shield spell. I'm not sure if you have that one yet. That one's pretty cool. It works in missile combat and melee combat. And it works for a certain amount of rounds. Um, 2 pages out of 9. And a 2-page Armor of Light spell. So that
okay.
that is in Warriors of Heaven,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a celestial spell. This one is 2 pages out of 11. The next one is a 7-page Cat's Grace, which you already have.
Might even be the same length.
7 out of 18. Okay. A 3-page haste spell. That's
Nice.
3 out of 21. 6-page slow. Six out of 27. A 4-page stone skin spell.
Nice.
That's 4 out of 31. Oh, I'm not sure if you have this one yet. This is a good one. Okay. You find a 10-page cloud kill spell.
Oh, nice.
10 out of 41.
Nice.
And an 8-page lower resistance spell.
Nice.
That's 8 out of 49.
Okay. Lots and lots of
And
goodies.
yeah, that's all for that book.
All right, that's all my reading. So, yeah, I'm done for the day. Oh, actually, there is one last wizard-related thing that I'd like to do before we end the day, which is that Ryer can finally read magic and copy, and he memorized that today. So he would like to
Fireball!
get well we'll see. The hope that'll come hopefully, but what I really want to start with is to see if he can learn, so we can read magic and he can copy 2 spells. So I want him to attempt to copy Cat's Grace and Stone Skin.
Oh, yeah.
So Ryer will first attempt, let's see if he'll do it this time, his inner focus. And this is a good time to get it. This is a good time to finally succeed on that roll.
So does he need to translate shit into Bardic notation first and then...
No, you can read
Not
magic.
anymore?
You can just
Very
do
nice.
it now.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
So let's see, inner focus. Let me just double check. I think that gives him 18 intelligence temporarily. Yes, he will get 18 temporarily, so I'll adjust that. And I'll also roll his thaumaturgy check.
Nice. This has been a long time coming for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, so 18. Alright, come on.
I remember all those fails, and then we were like, maybe next level.
Yeah.
And now he's what, like level 9 or some shit?
He's real high up now.
Yeah.
God, didn't fail. Thaumaturgy, level 2 spell.
Oh,
Yes! Cat's Grace.
He's level 13. Wow.
Yeah.
Oof.
Cat's Grace. Fucking good one to get.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, now come on, Stone Skin.
So you had copy memorized twice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Stone skin, 1 success, 2 pages. Whee!
Yes.
Okay, and Ryer will give Shandrak, give them a diamond worth 5,000 and a sapphire worth 1,000 to pay for those spells.
Wait, who's paying who?
Ryer for Shandrak's spells.
Shandrak is charging Ryer? Wow, okay. I don't know how Shandrak or how Ryer's gonna feel about that.
Well, yeah. How about these two will be free? They're big ones, so these two are free.
He's probably like, I thought we were friends. And then you'd be like, you know damn well if it was the other way around, you would charge me. And he'd be like, yeah, probably. But still, I thought we were friends.
All right, that's all for me now. Anyone else got anything before we rest up?
Don't think so.
Okay. So you're sleeping at Shandrak's safe house?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and delete your tokens here. And let's see, Mad Moen, I gotta put into Shandrak's folder as well. So NPCs, probably West, Intervia City, Mad Moen. And you had Ryer before Gargamond. So I'm going to
Yeah.
put Ryer up above Gargamond. I'll give you a subfolder for Mad Moen.
Nice.
And I know Mad Moen had a horse already, but I don't remember his name. Uh, I think I might have just deleted. You know what? I don't think he ever did learn how to ride, actually. Let me check. I think he went everywhere on foot. It's been such a long time since this character has been in the party. Yeah, no, he never even learned to ride. He does have an empty slot, though. You could have him spend it on horsemanship if you want. After the session is over, he's proficient. He's proficient with full plate armor, so only half the weight counts towards his encumbrance.
Nice.
And then his kit gives him endurance. And then he took swimming and direction sense, which I have no idea why I gave him direction sense, because he's not very wise. But oh well. He probably needs it as a general.
Do you want me to delete Moen's token now, or are you
Yep.
still working with it? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. And I'll delete his axe. Whoa, what's going on out here? Hmm. Something on the dynamic lighting. Oh, jeez. Okay. Alright, so I will bring all of you back to the house, the safe house. And I think everyone should be able to see something except for Matthias. So Matthias, I'm going to drop your tokens for you. Everyone else can drop their own tokens. Kel, Shadow, and Matthias. Oh yeah, Asher's in her gown. So here's the new gym token. I finally found a priesty looking guy that's bald and is possibly wearing armor underneath his vestments and has a clubby looking thing.
Thank you.
And then the new Anatar looks more like his description.
Okay, yeah.
So His description is... his eyes in elf form are hazel, and his hair is a light brown, and appears to be 5'10". So I made him kind of a small looking elf. And then when he wiles out, he turns into this guy, which is his actual appearance.
Nice.
Oh,
So the actual appearance for the character is dressed in gold embroidered azure robes, carrying a longsword and a pistol dagger on his belt, which he hardly ever uses. But his hair is platinum blonde and his eyes are fiery red. So kind of like a gray elf. And then when he's in his elf disguise, he's only 5'10". Normally, in that giant form, he's like 7 feet tall or something like that. But in this elf disguise, he's got like brown hair, hazel eyes. He's wearing yellow, like gold pants and boots, and an azure blue shirt. And then there was one other character, Airdrin has a new token. And he just looks like a sniper in a ghillie suit. Just like the avatar on the character sheet. It's just a guy in a ghillie suit like pointing a rifle right at you. It's like first person picture. Okay, so time now is midnight, October the 2nd. So 12 a.m. October 2/11 AE 5 1. And then if you could please roll base size initiative. Okay. So, you guys roll up on the house. And right when you get to the front door, some unsavory... Well, I don't know. That depends on your taste. Savory and or unsavory women approach. In the rain. Actually, it's one. Yeah, one. And she is dressed thusly. So she has red hair, brown gown, and a purple blouse. And she's waving you guys down. And detect magic is long gone. And first up is Matthias. You can see this young woman in the rain waving you guys down. She's going, hey, hey, hey.
Matthias turns to her and yells out, "Are you okay?"
Yes, I'm fine. You can see she's holding a shawl over her hair to keep it dry. And lets go momentarily to wave you down. And she kind of like runs up to the group, ends up right about here. And she sort of sways when she walks, swings her hips, and she comes right up to about here where General Moen is standing. And she says,
Good evening. My name is Iniona. I have some information you might want to know about.
Very well, and what would that be?
Well, you see, in a house nearby, there is one of my friends well, she went into this home with a certain someone for certain services, and she hasn't come out, and it's been 12 hours. She hasn't come out. And normally these services only take an hour or less.
I just said you had information. It sounds like your friend's in trouble.
Yes, well, that's the thing. My friend is someone you might know.
Yeah? Who's your friend?
Her name is Lassie Lane. I believe you know
I
her.
do know her.
Jandrak will look at Asher.
Yeah, I remember.
She she said one time that she was about to join your group of adventurers.
Is she in danger?
Well, that's the thing. See, she was supposed to come out of the house about 11 hours ago, and that hasn't happened. I'm really worried. I've knocked and knocked at the front door, and I haven't seen any activity.
Where is this house? Can you lead us to it?
Yes, it's just a block over.
Jandrak kind of looks between Asher and Matthias.
It's right over there.
Well, we should probably. What do you think, guys? I mean, this is Lassie we're talking about, so we probably should help her if she's in trouble.
Asher says, yes, I don't want to leave her in trouble. Just so that we just so that we know we have all of the information. She whispers something in Jim's ear, and he nods, and she looks back at Lassie and says, do you consent to us, casting a sort of informational spell on you momentarily, just to make sure we understand all of the finer details?
Well, I, I would prefer not to. I don't trust magic or mages, and the way I was raised, it's
she says, fair enough. But this would be done by a priest, so it's someone who has been set aside, sanctified by. And she looks at him and Hera, yes.
well, I'm a member of the cult of Odin, and we don't really have very good relations with the partakers of Hera. I don't feel comfortable.
Asher nods. Okay.
Should we simply alert the guards then?
No, because our services are not exactly the legal kind. So I would go to jail, Lassie would go to jail, everyone would go to jail.
Well, she says that she's close by. I think we should take a look.
And by me.
It's over here. This way.
And next up is Asher.
Oh. Asher looks at Jim and says, "Nothing you can do?" And he says, "It requires me to touch her, and then she has to talk to us. So kind of need a little bit of cooperation or incentive." And Asher says, "Oh, I'm not willing to do that quite yet. Guess we'll just see what happens." And yeah, Asher and her people will follow. Varen is going to use True Seeing and look at the woman just to get a sense of
Alignment.
just off the top, off the bat.
Her aura.
What we think about her. Yeah.
Her aura is fuzzy and gray.
Okay.
And who
Aaron
was
says,
it that cast True Seeing? Was it Varen? Okay, so
yeah, and I'll go ahead and cast it too, so we can put it on the turn order
yep.
tracker.
True Seeing. Okay, 14 rounds.
Aaron says, hard to say.
Oh, I'm sure we could handle it, even if things aren't what they seem.
Yeah, Asher says, probably, but people from, because she looks at Chandrak like meaningfully, our side of the street, uh, require a special level of care.
Yes, that's true. But, well, you know, Ashrael's not here, so. And, Lassie's a good lass. She's never done nothing that bad.
Asher says, true, but I never underestimate that everything is business in the end with a certain segment. I don't look down on it, but it is important to um, maintain our awareness.
Definitely.
That'll be it for my turn. Yeah, she's just following the lady.
All right. And Chandrak and Company.
Alright. Chandrak's people will also start to follow. Erdrin, though, is going to try to hide behind Shadow.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Chandrak?
Yeah, just moving my people up.
All right.
And,
Time now is 12:01. Next up is Matthias.
All right, I move up with the party here, and just kind of says I'm a little concerned about involving myself with illegal activities, but if you guys are comfortable with it, I'm with you. And moves up.
Asher puts a end over her mouth, and you kind of hear a.
All right. Next up is Asher and Company.
So when Asher kind of like recovers from her quiet fit of laughter, she says to Matthias, yeah, we try not to be indiscreet, especially in the towns where we frequent. As you can see, one of our members has a home here, so I wouldn't want to get ourselves into any sort of any sort of scandal that might get our privileges revoked. No, Lassie has been something close to a friend to us. I'd hate to see her hurt.
If I'm not mistaken,
Besides-
Shandrak tried to recruit her.
Oh
And
yeah, I think I did check that out once.
and Chandrak and I have definitely bought thieves' tools off of her.
Yeah, we've done business.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she says and she kind of winks at Matthias, and she says, "Besides, it'd be fun." And she walks off.
And Eniona kind of walks over to this house, and you can kind of see some like thuggish people hanging out next to the house that she's going to. One of them looks like that. Well, a few of them look like that. One of them looks like this. Another one looks like this. And he kind of walks up to the door over here. And there's a lantern hanging outside next to the door that's illuminating the front step. Right about here. And she kind of stops and turns around, waiting for you guys. Crosses her arms and taps her feet, her foot. Shandrak and Company.
Erdrin Featherfoots his way forward. And the rest of my people will also go forward. And Shandrak is going to... He's going to come up to the door and try to listen at it.
Okay. All right. On the other side of the door, you hear the sound of snoring. And then you can hear also in the back of the house, someone is pacing back and forth. So two very distinct sounds from at least two different people.
Okay, Shandrak will try the door.
And you notice it is locked.
Alrighty then. Shandrak will start to whip out his tools and see if he can open it.
All right. All right. You notice that it is the standard, just good quality lock. Nothing special. And
Okay.
you're using lock picks, yeah?
Yes.
All right. And you have plenty of light and all that. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
No, that'll be all.
And these guys kind of shimmy on down away from the light, like they prefer to be in darkness or something. And it looks like, you can smell, even in the rain, you can smell chemicals that they're smoking, similar to the chemicals you found in the water temple.
Yeah.
So, and one of them is kind of like bent over at the waist. Looks like he's asleep standing up. Like, we'll say this guy over here. He never moved out of the shadows. This guy's just sort of asleep standing up, bent over at the waist. And his body is essentially folded in half. Like, his chin is down near his knees. And he's just kind of swaying back and forth in the wind and rain. And these other guys are starting to get to that point. End of round. Next up is Matthias.
All right, Matthias and Shadow move up here with the rest of the gang. Kind of stays about right here. And can Shadow detect if these thuggish-looking dudes are hostile towards us at the moment?
He doesn't detect any hostility at the moment.
All right, that's good. Otherwise, he just stands and observes Shandrak dealing with the door.
Yeah. These guys just look like they're smoking drugs over there. Next up is Asher.
So Asher looks over with her enhanced vision from the eagle eye contacts. And she wants. Are the guys talking to amongst themselves at all?
Yeah, there's like a low murmur.
She wants to use lip reading to get a sense of what they're talking about. If she's successful, then she should pick up like every third word. I will roll the check. Oh, I gotta move it up. Okay. Took this thing, I would use it all the time, and then I never use it.
Yeah, she can't quite make it out.
She will bring her people up closer, stand alongside Matthias. Let's see. Not I'm just scrolling. Shandrak, she can't. Oh, she can see. Okay. All right. Yeah. So she sees what he's up to. So yeah, she'll just move a little bit closer with her people and wait for him to do what he's doing. But she does motion to Bombosa, and she like makes a sound. Oh, she like points toward her and toward Bombosa and then toward Brian Druid. And Brian Druid sees this as well and like rolls his eyes. And Bombosa and Asher are both going to try to hide behind Brian Druid.
So Bombosa is hiding, and that's all other than movement. Oh, and Asher, okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Shandrak is picking locks. Anything else for your company?
Yeah, Erdrin is gonna move a little bit closer. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's got a little bit of angle on the door, and that's all.
You
Just
can
picking
hear
away.
a quiet murmur from around the corner. It's hard to make out exactly what they're saying. By now, you can hear the rolling of dice. So they're casting lots around the corner. End of round. Matthias.
All right. I'll just kind of move up a little bit closer and observe.
All right. Looks like Shandrak has this rolled up toolkit in his left hand that looks like it has some weird things that look like a leech would use to pick your teeth. And there's also some files and like a small hammer in there and some vials of some kind of green liquid. And he's using one of those things that looks like the barber would use to pick your teeth with, and he's like sticking it in the lock, and he's slowly twisting it with his hand and turning at the same time. And it looks like Moen is there with him, as well as Neona. And no apparent activity is coming from the house. Okay, next up is Asher and company.
Yeah, seeing that Shandrak is actively working on the door, and they're just going to wait unless there's some kind of change.
Okay. Shandrak is still picking that lock. Anything else for Shandrak and company?
No, I'm just gonna. I got nothing till the door's open.
Okay, so several minutes pass by. And, you can hear the guys around the corner murmuring to each other, and every once in a while there's like you know, and you can hear the quiet sound of dice rolling in the dark. And the weird smells of smoking drugs.
Apparently, they didn't take the DARE program.
Yeah.
We have time before Chandra finishes this lock. You wanted to talk to him? Set him straight.
And so Shandrak finishes picking the lock at about 11 past midnight. And first up is Matthias. You hear the lock go click on the door.
Matthias just says, I was about to offer you my pry bar, but it looks like you have it handled.
These things take time sometimes, but, can't argue with results.
And that'll be it for me.
All right. Asher and Company.
Hearing the click, Anatar will head over and look at Chandrak and say, "Ready?"
Well, as long as there's not a demon behind it, I am. Go ahead.
Anatar will open the door.
All right.
Sorry. And step in. 6.
All right. So you open the door and step in, and immediately you see Lassie pacing back and forth, and she notices you, and she goes, and then she quickly moves down this way out of sight. And you hear like a huh, what? And the snoring stops.
Okay. Anatar will say, "I'm not sure she's glad to see us." And Asher is going to take that opportunity to try to featherfoot past him. And try to get a little bit further in. 9. Is Lassie and someone else to the south of her.
Yep. There's a guy laying on the bed who has. It looks like he's just woken up, and he stands up and stands right here. And Lassie turns around and he draws a belt pistol from his belt and puts it to the back of Lassie's head and grabs her around the waist.
Okay. Well, that's only 9 squares of movement. So she will go 10, 11, 12. And she is trying to featherfoot. So if she's successful, she should be able to kind of walk across this bed. 14, 15, and end up behind this guy.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything else for Asher and company?
Yeah, so she's still not 100% clear what's going on here, but the guy does have appears to be putting Lassie's life in danger. So she is going to try to I was gonna try to use the pin ring that's dosed with the sleep poison, but that still gives him, I think, a round to act, so he could hurt her. Okay. Yeah, she'll go ahead and try to backstab him.
You could disarm too, right? Or no?
That is something I can take now, but I don't think I have anything that currently allows me to do that.
What are you trying to do?
So my first thought was that my pin ring is dosed with the sleep poison from the Illithid Temple, and it's got the oil of timelessness built into it, so it basically could stay there for however long I wanted to. But I think that gives him like a round to act, so before it takes effect, and then he could, retaliate by hurting her, and I don't want him to. So I was thinking about backstabbing him instead. But then Matthias asked, well, can you disarm him? And I said there is a proficiency for that I can take now, but I don't think I have anything like that right now.
I think disarm is just like a normal action anybody can attempt, though.
Is that right?
You're attempting a disarm?
Let's see, do I have something that I... Yeah, if I have that, have that ability, I'm going to try to disarm him.
Okay, so if you want to disarm him from stealth, it counts as invisibility. So you have automatic surprise, so you don't have to roll initiative to do that. You just click the attack button, and then there's going to be, at the bottom, there's going to be attack options. You're going to want to find disarm. And I think there's going to be, an opposed strength roll, but since it's surprise, he's going to get -4 to all of his dice rolls.
Okay. Oh, and Asher has that belt now too. Okay. Never did change your strength for that. Alright, there we go. Okay. So, rolling disarm. Do we want to display the full text? Sure. And thank you, Matthias, for that reminder.
And is that character an elf as well, or no?
Yes.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, so you should have a pretty good chance.
Okay. Disarm trap your opponent's weapon. AC 0 while your opponent attacks yours. AC 4. If both succeed, whoever rolled lowest on D20 wins. There are two types of disarming maneuvers, offensive and defensive, and they both work essentially the same way. A character who wishes to use either type of disarm must allocate one of his attacks for the round to the feat. If the disarm is a defensive one, it is resolved before the attacker rolls to hit. The disarm works very much like a block, but the character attempting the disarm must roll against AC 0, while the intended victim of the disarm still rolls against an AC 4. Anyone involved in a disarm that is using a two-handed weapon receives a +4 bonus to the target armor class for the purposes of the opposed roll. It's impossible to disarm a weapon 2 sizes larger than your own. Disarming can occur using a missile weapon, but the missile size is the factor used to determine whether or not the attempt can succeed, not the weapon firing the missile. Alright, so he is going to attack you at -4 because you're invisible, and you get to attack him at +4 because he's blinded to you.
Okay.
And it's going to be turtle AC. And you can just use a touch attack because there's no damage.
Okay.
And you have to beat AC 0 and he has to beat AC 4. If they both win, it's whoever rolled lower on the D20 roll.
Alright.
Same elevation. Gets -4.
It's 4.
So he didn't do very well. He didn't beat 4, and you definitely beat 0. So you disarm him. When a weapon is disarmed, it falls 2 squares away to the west. The west is a wall, so there's now at his basically underneath him. There's now a pistol on the floor.
Okay.
And he's like, "What?" And of
Asher
course,
is going to be visible now.
yeah, you become visible because it wasn't a backstab killing your opponent. And I'm just going to put a pistol token on the map layer below him real quick. Whoa. And surprisingly, both characters become hostile, and now we're in initiative phase.
Okay.
Okay. Oh no.
Do we roll new initiative then?
Yep. Yeah, all the characters do. All right. So the ruffian leader that dropped the pistol starts shouting, "Hey, we've been made!" And the guys outside stop acting high.
Buzzkill.
Yeah. And they kind of pull out these clubs. They're about the size of a baseball bat. And that ruffian leader inside pulled out a dagger. And if I'm not mistaken, ruffians have shit for morale. So this probably won't take very long. Alright, does anyone need a second slot?
No one will
Lauren
next
Baron.
round.
You said Varen?
Varen and Karen Glor.
Alright. Varen. And Karen Bar. There you go.
One more for Varen, please.
Okay. There you go.
Appreciate you. Done.
Alright. So time now is 12:12. Baron's True Seeing has 2 rounds left. First up is Karen Glor.
Okay. So it appears that both the people in front of the it appears the people in front of the house are drawing weapons.
Yeah. Yep. They all pulled out clubs. And
Okay.
the ruffian leader inside the house that had hands on Lassie has now drawn a dagger. Asher is now visible.
At the top of initiative, she used her ring, if she may.
Yep, that's fine.
Cool.
Yeah. And
All right, so Karen Glor is going to head down to the enemies he can see right away. It'll get here. Can attack.
Very nice. Okay, so these guys are shieldless. The ruffian does turn to face you. And you manage to score a confirmed crit. He's a medium creature. You score 13 damage with your longsword plus 5, killing him in one hit. Go ahead and describe how you do
He
so.
he like takes the guy's head clean off, and as his body falls to the floor, Caranglor says, "You are not equipped for this fight, Sylvia."
All right. Next up is Matthias.
Hearing the weapon or whatever it was from inside. Obviously, he doesn't know what it is because he hasn't been in there yet. But he quickly dismounts and travels in.
Dismount's gonna take just a riding check to be able to move in the same round.
Oh, okay. Riding check. One moment.
Should have land-based riding horse, I think, for free. I think it's at the top of your proficiency list. Yeah. All right. So you
Yeah,
definitely are able to hop down and move up to your full movement rate and still make all of your attacks.
Yeah, so moves into here then and sees what's going on.
You can-
Yells at the other.
You can see a red-haired woman who's unarmed, with a ruffian behind her holding a dagger. And there's kind of a shitty bed right here. And you kind of walk through like a living room in order to get here.
Gotcha. So he yells at the guy, let her go if you want to live, and then motions with at the lady, come to me, and draws his sword, ready to attack.
Okay. Next up is one of the ruffians. He's going to come over to Caranglor.
Stones getting cast at level 9, I think.
Okay.
Oh, level 10.
All right. So he swings away with that club, and it's just like clanging against the stone skin. He's like, looks down at his club, and he's like, "What?" And then pulls out a dagger and tries to stab Caranglor. And it's no go on both. You said level 11?
10.
10.
I had warned you.
It's at level 10, right? And all right, Next up is Varen.
Right, Varen will also come for the enemies that he sees right away. Seven. Go for this guy to start with his longsword.
All right. Yeah, they're shieldless, and you wow, look at all those crits. You manage a confirmed crit, causing 10 damage to this blue clothes ruffian, killing him in one hit. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
He just like puts his sword right in the guy's gut and then pulls it out as he's falling to the ground, and then steps on his body to come after this next guy with his shield.
All right. And Varen's token just disappeared for me.
Oh yeah. Oh, I stepped. I'm sorry. I put him on top of. What's supposed to be a dead guy.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to let you.
That guy's
pick
alive.
next. Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, we'll go for him then. Let me re-roll that real quick.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I killed the wrong dude.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was Karen Glora doing that. Whoops. Okay, so 8. And boom. And boom.
Okay, cool. So he moves here, and the shield. I already rolled the shield attack against this guy.
Alright. And this guy does turn to face. Shield attack. Shieldless -4, BTC 10. You cause 8 damage, killing him in one hit. Go and describe how you do so.
Right across the throat. Oh no, sorry, this is a shield. He like takes him like right into his chest, and you just hear the of
Clang.
just his his ribs
Crunch.
collapsing and puncturing his internal organs. All right, rolling natural fighting. Steps forward again. And comes at this guy with right talon.
Alright. -5 BTC 10 for 10 damage, killing him in one hit. Go and describe how you do so.
One talon across the throat, and then he turns to this guy with the other talon.
And this guy definitely turns to face. And you wound him for 2 damage.
And that'll be it.
Next up is Asher.
Alright, Asher is invisible, not stealthed. So she is going to try to move. What is Lassie doing right now after Matthias told her like come to me if you want to live, or let her go if you want to live, or something like that? Does Lassie
It looks like she's getting ready to run.
Okay.
She's not armed. I mean, she has weapons on her, but she doesn't have them in
Right.
her hands. I think she's armed with Let's see. Probably a long sword and yeah, she got a long sword, a short sword, and a short bow in her quiver on her back.
And she hasn't pulled it. And she hasn't pulled any of them.
She hasn't
Okay.
pulled any of them. Yeah.
All right. In that case, Asher is going to. I was gonna do something else. I'm gonna change my initiative, so I'll wait till the end of the round.
All right.
Oh no, wait.
Do what?
I can still use touch attack to try to disarm him again, right? Because I'd roll for touch attack.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, cool. Do that again. And is he able to see her, or does she get a +4?
She gets a +4, and I need to re-roll that because I did not give him a -4. Alright, so he does not hit AC 4, and she beats AC 0, so you disarm him again, and the dagger... See, it says 0 squares southwest, so it lands underneath him again,
Okay.
right next to the gun.
And she's going to be visible. So it's a half move action to pick up something. So
Yeah.
I think she can't pick up anything on the floor. So she says to him, "Stop pulling weapons."
Next up is Bombosa. So Matthias,
He
you
is going to
see
try-
out of nowhere from behind the ruffian comes Asher, and she grabs the dagger right out of his hand, and it falls onto the floor at his feet, right next to his pistol. And you can see plain as day that Asher is in the back of the room now. What's Bombosa doing?
He's trying to featherfoot. 7.
Bam.
Round. He is going to try to backstab this fine gentleman.
All right, you get your backstab.
Sweet. Came through something I needed to populate. Okay. And
Yep. He's not wearing armor, so AC 6 gets him. You cause 31 damage, killing him in 1 hit. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
so Bombosa stays stealth because he killed his target, but you see that the guy, like right in his side, a huge, like gaping wound appears, and he's like clutches it, and he just topples over.
Ryer.
Okay. Ryer will come on over. Try to swing around. Get one of these ruffians to the west. Stab him with a javelin.
The one on the left or the one on the right?
Yeah, the one on the left.
Okay. So yeah, he will turn to face. And of course they're shieldless, so -3 beats AC 10, you cause 6 damage. And he survives. Alright, Lassie tries to book past you. Matthias, what do you do? You can take an attack of opportunity if you want. Otherwise she's just gonna run past you.
Yeah, I'll allow her to pass. That's the intention.
Okay. She runs right past you to this door. And she opens it. And runs the hell out. That was 6 squares, so she still has 18 squares of movement. She's gonna step out the back. And you can see she runs north.
That door wasn't locked?
It was, but from the inside. She unlocked it from the inside and passed through.
Ah, very nice.
Eniona. She tries to run away as well, so any of these characters can take attacks of opportunity against her if they wish. Shandrak, Mad Moen.
No, I don't have any reason to attack her.
And she actually pulls a stupid and like runs through the house. You know, past all these characters. And runs out the same door that Lassie ran out of. And you can hear Eniona shouting,
Lassie, wait! Wait for me! Lassie, stop! Wait for me!
as she runs out the back of the house. The next ruffian is going to roll morale because he's wounded, his buddies are dying, and he heard the two girls run out the back. I'm going to make sure he has a morale score first. Excellent. Okay, so this ruffian drops to his knees, and he drops the club behind him, puts his hands up, immediately starts crying and pisses himself. Brendred.
Okay, looks like there's one more that hasn't given up the fight out here, so he'll head there. Well, we'll get him right here. So he will try to bite this guy.
Okay, so this guy whirls around to see a horse-sized baby gold dragon coming at him. And the dragon bites him for 12 damage, killing him in one hit. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
He reaches down and he
Oh,
grabs him by like the shoulder.
He was
Sorry.
wounded too.
Yeah,
already.
So Varen had got him with his talon.
Yeah.
But yeah, grabs him by the shoulder and like crunches down and shakes his head like so that the guy's neck snaps with the force of it.
And the ruffian leader let's see. Good. Yeah, he is gonna roll morale as well. Alright, so his only weapon he has left is his club. So he turns around and swings wildly at Asher, who's probably covered in stone skin, yeah?
Yep, level 10.
Level 10 stone skin. And his baseball bat club thing just kind of cracks against your stone skin uselessly. And
Join weapons.
he's like,
Slag you, wench.
Oh, honey.
and next up is Shandrak.
Outside looks good, so Shandrak will come inside to see what it looks like. Alright, sees just the one guy. Comes up next to Matthias.
Yeah,
Runs back around the wall.
he's trying to beat on your girlfriend.
And then Shandrak will hide in shadows.
All right. All right. This next ruffian, he's like,
Don't kill me. Please. Please spare my life. It wasn't my idea. It was Lucius's idea. He's inside. Yeah, leave me alone. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Lucence. Lucence. Whoops. There we go. Anatar.
Anatar starts to go, but Jim says, "Wait," and I'm actually going to delay Anatar's turn until after Jim's, who is next.
All right, Jim Astonbrass. And I forgot to delete his last name from his token.
5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. All right. He reaches out, so the guy's facing Asher, but he reaches out to like grab the guy by the shoulder, and he's going to use his granted power from Hera, so it's innate. He's going to detect lie. And he says, "What's going on here?" Cast detect lie.
And the ruffian says,
Buzz off, Father, may I? I'm running a racket here.
and you don't detect any lies in what he just said.
Okay. So then I guess then Anatar will come in and say, now? And Jim shrugs and says, I have learned nothing that indicates we should spare his life. So Anatar will take a swing.
Alright. Swing away, Anatar. Swing away. This is going... You actually get him his rear armor class, so you hit -3 versus his AC 10, and you do 17 damage with your longsword +3. But guess what? It doesn't kill him. This guy's tough as nails. Okay, so...
Okay.
minus 17 damage. So there's a big old gash down his back from your longsword +3, and like blood's like it's there's bright red blood, and he keeps on trying to beat up Asher.
And so since it's not one of his threatened squares, Anatar is going to take one more step inward. That'll be all.
Okay. And so you're now in his shieldless flank. Mad Moen. You there, Chandrak?
I think Moen would also come inside.
Yeah. You hear a ching, ching, ching as his spurs strike the wooden floor. And he can see everyone's basically beating up on this guy right here, who seems to be trying to beat up on Asher with a club.
Alright. Yeah, he'll come down and is there a little bit of light or is this in darkness?
So yeah, there were candles.
Jim has a necklace.
There were candles. Yeah, and Jim has a necklace. So there's like candles on the floor. It's a pretty bare house, other than these candles. And like what little furniture you see, there's probably a candle on the edge of the bed right here, and one on the table out front.
All right. Moen will take a swing with his two-handed axe.
All right. That is his rear square. So, because he does not turn around. All right, you manage a confirmed crit. So you cause 12 damage to him with your great axe. Minus 12. And he survives.
You thought you could get away with it?
Airdrin.
You thought you could get away with it?
Well, there's one guy that surrendered outside, looks like. So Erdrin will featherfoot his way.
Just blow him away from point blank.
Well, he didn't. Well, let's see. Yeah, he didn't roll for called shot. So, yeah, he will. Yeah, he'll stay there and he'll wait to take a called shot.
All right. Karen Glor, multiple attack.
Yeah. He does not have another target he's interested in killing in range. He will take the rest of his movement. I'll end up there.
By the way,
Yeah.
through the window, or through the wall of the building, Jim heard the ruffian say that it was all Lucence's idea.
Yeah.
That was a lie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jim says, wait. There's something going on here. Oh, actually, I don't know that would fall in the bounds of the spell. I think he casts it on a creature. So I was wrong. That has to be touch. It could have been done at range, but that's fine.
Most detection spells you cast on yourself, and then I don't think you cast range 90 feet. Just cast a spell is immediately able to determine if the subject creature deliberately and knowingly speaks. Oh, okay, yeah, you do have to cast it on a person. Oh, and I forgot to roll a saving throw for him. Okay, so save.
So yeah, that would not fall within the bounds.
Yeah.
Jim's spell.
Yeah. Okay, so spell. Okay, yeah. The ruffian leader did fail to save. So the ruffian leader has told no lies.
Yeah. Also hasn't said anything that makes us think he's worth fearing.
So that was it for Karenglor?
Yeah, he just took the rest of his movement.
Alright, Varen.
He's also going to take the rest of his movement.
And Varen again, and end of round. So now Airdrin can take his called shot. -4.
Actually, I decided against that. I'm gonna try to maintain stealth and try to do something else next round.
All right. Initiative, I guess.
Before I roll initiative, I don't think I can essentially attack him just because there's no available spaces, right?
What you can do is you can always step into friendly squares at no penalty. And since he's not even facing your direction, he cannot do a opportunity attack against you. So if you go into, either this square or this square here, what you can do is when you're done moving, you can take a 5-foot step into one of the friendly squares and attack him, and it will be a back attack. And then once you finish, you can step back into the square that you were in.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that.
Yep. In second edition, 5-foot step is a thing, but they didn't call it 5-foot step yet. And what it does is it's not an extra 5 feet added on to your movement speed. All it is the ability for your character to lean into another square and do something. And then you have to go back to where you were. But it does provoke, normally, opportunity attacks. But in this case, there's no one to threaten you. So, because he's facing Asher.
Gotcha. Since we haven't officially identified other than medium magical powers, are there any modifiers on this?
Oh, so for your knowledge, it will function as a normal longsword. And then thank you for letting me know. I'll tell you whether or not it hits, because I don't think you guys even detected magic on it yet, have you?
We did detect magic, but we didn't identify it.
Okay, so if you know what happened, what happened when you detected magic on it?
It was moderate.
It was me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what that means is it's to your knowledge, it's at least +3, and then until you identify it, you won't know if it's a special +3 longsword or not. Like Vorpal or sharpness or whatever. But it's at least +3. So on your character sheet, you can program in the +3 to hit and damage. And that's in addition to your other bonuses to hit and damage. The only things on the weapon line that go into plus to hit and damage is the magic of the weapon and your skill with the weapon. And as a elf, you already have at least +1 to hit. And I think you're a specialist, right?
Yes, and I have with my kit, I have a +1 as well.
Oh, yeah, that one. I haven't figured out a way to program that yet. Or did I? I thought I did Oh, right, I haven't done it for the sword. I did it for the lance. Okay. I guess I'll do that later. Cuz you get that at like level 3 for the longsword in your okay.
Every 6 levels.
Okay. All right. So I will program that later. For now, you can hardwire it in so you have +5 to hit with your longsword because it's that it's +3 magic, and then you have +1 from specialization and another. Oh, no, +6. You get +1 from specialization, +1 from race, +1 for kit. So +6 to hit, and then you should have at least +5 to damage. Yeah, and that's not including strength at all. So, and you have both boxes checked. That's good. So any bonuses from damage are also going to be factored in automatically. And then also, because it's a +3 longsword, you're going to lower the speed factor by 3. So a normal longsword is speed factor 5. You're going to lower this one to speed factor 2. That's all the way to the right on the weapon table. There you go. Excellent. All right. So in total, it looks like you're going to have +6 to hit and damage because you have +1 to damage from strength. And that's all going to be factored in separately.
Awesome.
then-
Thanks for that.
Yep, and then also this attack, if you choose to make it, is going to be a back attack because he's not facing you. So there's
Which
also
is
going to be
+1, right?
yeah, but you don't factor that in. It's going to be automatically done on the attack table. The template
Okay.
that comes up.
Sweet. Thank you for letting me know all that.
Yes, sir. So all you have to do is move into one of those 2 squares, and then you can just make your attack. You already rolled initiative. It's your, isn't it your? Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. It is initiative phase right now. Derp.
Oh, shit, yeah.
All right.
Asher yells, Varen, Brine Druid, find them, because she doesn't know what's up, but it does seem
Okay.
suspicious.
What? Okay. And yeah, you can hear them in the rain. Oh, I need to turn rain on. Yeah, taking off at a high rate of speed. I'm gonna turn rain on. The sound, that is. All right. Is anyone still rolling?
Yeah.
All right. Is anyone still rolling? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna sort the tracker. Jim's Detect Lie is still up. Baron's True Seeing is still up. Oh. Karen Glor's second attack needs to be put down to 103.
Yeah.
And I'll slide that down right now manually.
Okay. I also missed Varen's 1 second. Okay. Oh no, actually, shit, I forgot. Varen was fine because I rolled touch attack. Okay. Yeah, Varen's fine.
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna reorder the turn order and then just add +1 to everything. Okay, so that should be the same actually. Jim's Detect Line would be -11. And Varen's True Seeing would be -2. Enter. There we go. And first up is Karen Glor.
Away. What is that for? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Off.
I think it just kicked me out and let me back in again.
Oh. It did go robot voice right before then, but I thought it was just me.
So what's Karen Glow doing?
He took a swipe. He stepped into Jim's square, took a swipe with the ruffian leader, and stepped back out.
Ah, okay. -10 beats AC 10. You do 11 damage to the ruffian leader, killing him. Go and describe how you do so.
So he's still facing the spot where he used to see Asher, and like looking around trying to see where she's gone in the blink of an eye. And then he feels a searing pain right across his tailbone, and then he collapses to the ground.
All right, so there is a dead ruffian leader on the top of a kind of like a pile of weapons: a club, a dagger, and a belt pistol. Excuse me. And then you have the surrendered ruffian outside, and then you have the two gals that booked it. Next up is Shandrak.
Okay. Let's see. I think Erdrin kind of moves silently outside the room. And then he'll come back. He can I think he can see just barely the people that were running away.
Yeah, and I actually have to roll dexterity checks for them because they are running in the dark. And where the fuck did they go? Okay, there they are. I just want to make sure they have dexterity scores. Okay, Lassie's good. Okay, so I gotta give Neona some scores. Normal NPCs just have 10s in everything, so I can do ability checks based on a score of 10. Check ability score, dexterity. Okay, so Eniona, she actually ate shit down here. And is now prone. Come on. And Lassie probably did not eat shit. Yeah, okay. So up next is Shandrak. Oh. Wow, I got... Okay. So I rolled dexterity checks for both women. Eniona, she ran out the door, got to the end of her movement rate, and ate shit. Just did a face plant, tripped over her own feet because she's running in the dark. They're both human. So, and then, because they're just running by, like, starlight right now, and there's a storm. So visibility is terrible right now. So she could have tripped over a crack in the stonemasonry below her feet and, ate shit. And then, because they're jogging right now, so it's they're not being careful. They're trying to get away at a high rate of speed. Lassie, she made her dex check, so she's still running. And did we figure out what Karen Glor was doing? Or did
Karen Glor killed
just
the guy.
kill the guy?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're up to Shandrak, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Erdrin kind of went out the door for a moment and was able to see both the people running away to the north. So that he came back inside and told everybody they're running to the north. And then Chandrak's like, "All right, I think we should go get him." Matthias, not Matthias, Chandrak, and Erdrin will start running out to the north.
All right. And then Lassie gets another 24 squares. And let's see. Okay. And then Eniona is going to take a half move to get up. And then another half move. Okay, and then they both have to roll dex checks again. So Eniona eats shit again. And Lassie passes her dex checks again. Okay. Her dexterity score is high enough to get 2 checks. And next up is Asher.
Okay, Asher is going to jog in the direction Chandrak indicated. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Asher is feather footing.
No, because she hasn't hidden in shadows. She's just
Oh.
invisible.
Okay.
She'll get that far.
All right, Bambosa.
Okay. He is also going to. So actually, he is going to Featherfoot. There's plenty of people moving faster than him. He's just gonna go 12 at Featherfoot. End up there. Oh, actually, he's human, so I'm gonna put him back where he was. He'll go through the house. All right, he'll get there.
All right. So we can do probably to the end of this round, because I have my birthday party to go to. So.
Nice.
For your birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, man.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So that was Bambosa, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So next up is Matthias.
All right, yeah. Yeah, so I'll get back on.
Shadow?
Yeah, I clicked something wrong though. I can't select.
Make sure that your selected tool is the arrow on the left-hand side where there's the row of tools. The arrow all the way at the top.
Gotcha. He gets goes back out and gets on Shadow, and I'm not sure how that works in the movement. I have enough movement to get on Shadow,
Yep.
but then I don't know if I can move after the fact.
If you can pass a horsemanship check, land-based riding horse, then you get your movement, and then you can up to your full movement rate to mount Shadow, and then you roll your land-based riding horse. If you pass, then you get up to Shadow's full movement as well. And you're out of combat. So for Shadow, that's like 72 squares.
Gotcha.
And
A lot of words.
I'd also like to add right now that you are able to see Lassie Lane down the street. Right there.
Nice. I do
In-
make the success.
Okay. So you are probably able to catch up with her. Like, she's been running for a couple of rounds, but your horse, your unicorn is just so damn fast. You're probably going to catch up to her.
Yeah, give me just a second here to measure this all out.
So Matthias mounts the unicorn. And
Sorry, I didn't rope them together. It's hard for me to like zoom out far enough and drag it that far.
you can actually scroll while you have lassoed tokens.
How do I, when I use scroll, it zooms in and out. So how else do I scroll?
In your My Settings tab, if you go to Personalization and Display, where it says Show Zoom Interface. Wait, no, that's not it. Is it under graphics? I don't remember where the option is. Audio and video? No. Maybe it's under miscellaneous. So default now is zoom in and out. No, it's not under miscellaneous. What the hell? There used to be a way where you could opt out of the new zoom thing. Dark mode, token marker.
Well, if I go to maximum zoom out, I can do it. Oh yeah, and easily reach.
Yeah.
There we go. So I catch up to her and I yell out, Lassie, hold up.
And you get beside her. And let's see. I think I'm going to roll. I think first I'm going to roll morale. NPCs, I think, get. I think it's like 13. 13 morale.
is she in like a state of fear?
I'm not supposed to tell you. Not supposed to tell you.
I'm
Because
just
that's
asking
part of the.
for the sake that it would, like, my aura would negate the fear if I was within 10 feet of her.
Oh, oh. Still, I'm not supposed to tell you. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna roll morale for her because you've caught up to her. All right. She Well, it's not really her turn yet, so I guess we'll see what. She doesn't respond. She doesn't respond right now. Is there anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I just I yell the hold up, and then also we've handled the threat. It's okay, and that'll be it.
Yeah, she doesn't respond. Anatar.
Anatar is going to innately cast Fly on himself, and then he's going to fly.
All right, go ahead and roll the template for me.
That'll be 30 movement. He can go half because he innately cast a spell. 15. Yeah. Oh. 8, 9, 10, 11. And he'll get that far.
Okay. Airdrin.
Erdrin is
He's still locked and loaded.
he is he is going to wait. Let me just double check. Yeah, he's gonna jog his way to the north.
Is that it? Just movement?
Yeah.
Okay. Brine Druid.
Brine Druid heard the sound of Matthias's unicorn galloping away in this direction. So he is going to start flying. He'll be 10 feet up by here.
He can change directions before he starts flying. That's fine.
That's what he did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 6. 20. And more movement. It's there.
All right. And the. Let's see. Oh, yeah. This ruffian is still at Ryer's mercy, so he's just like, please, please don't kill me. Jim.
Jim will jog off after everyone else. So he's just moving.
And Ryer.
Yeah, Ryer kind of puts up his javelin up to the guy's neck and like, you better stay right here. And then Ryer will jog in the direction that he heard Shadow's hooves?
That was out here on the street. And you should be able to see Shadow and Matthias right here in the street
Yes.
lamp. Yep.
There they are.
All right.
That's his full jog.
Varen.
Aaron is going to turn before he takes off. Come away from the house real quick. Alright, and he will start flying. So he's at 10 feet by here. And he won't get there. He'll just be movement via flight.
All right. And Mad Mowing. Mad Mowing. You there, Shandrak? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Mad
Yeah.
Mullen starts to jog in the direction he heard everyone start to go.
All right, and then Karangor's multiple attack.
He will not. Yeah, he won't need that. He will take his movement though.
Okay, and I'll give you guys experience for the ruffians. The ruffian leader. Oh, okay. Let's see, rules. Monster XP values. Alright, the leader. Yeah, he's got a missile weapon with that pistol. So he is worth 650. So it's going to be really low awards for these guys because they're, you know, zero for the most part, 0 level NPCs. The leader is level 7, and he had a missile weapon, so he's pretty decent XP. Well, for one creature, that is. Number of creatures encountered 1. Ruffian leader. And 650 for him. Number of player characters is 3. NPCs who earn XP, so that's what? Anatar, Varen, Bombosa, and who else on Asher's team?
Jim,
Jim.
Glor,
Karen Glory.
and yeah, there's
So
6 altogether. Besides Asher.
Include oh. Okay, so 6.
5 henchmen and a follower.
Whoops.
Brinder is the other one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And then Matthias doesn't have any other characters yet, but Shandrak, you have.
I got 4.
Well, not including.
That's right. Gargamon's not here.
Gargamont,
so.
yeah.
3.
3. Okay. 3 that are here. So that's 9. And then, so you defeated the leader, and he has 7 hit dice. And then, so you've got warriors includes Matthias himself. You've got Mad Moen. Well, warriors and bards. So you got Ryer the bard. There's Anatar. There's Varen. It's 5. Who else is a warrior or bard?
Rhine Druid, Karen
6,
Glor.
7. I think that's it. 7, right? Okay. So that should be pretty low. Yeah. But there's a hit dice bonus for the warriors. So that's 10 experience points per warrior level, in addition to your PC award. PCs with 1 class get 86, and if you're a warrior, that's another 10 per level. Okay, and then there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could have sworn there was, oh yeah, 6. Wasn't there a 7th ruffian other than the leader? Okay, ruffians are worth 35 points.
Looks like 7.
Did one of them die on another one, or? There's one that's still alive, that's right.
Yeah.
And I'm on the map layer, so it's hard to see him. So it's 7, yeah. Okay, so 7 ruffian, 35 points, 3 player characters, 9 NPCs who are an XP. You defeated 6 of them. There's one that's not dead. Number of hit dice per creature. They are 0 hit dice, but it counts as 1. And number of warriors and bards in the party was 7. So that should be no hit dice. If you guys had killed that last one, like no mercied him, then there would have been a hit dice bonus. Okay. So that will be the end of session. And I expect Matthias gained level, what, 4?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Very nice.
Right.
And I need to figure out those macros for your extra weapon to hit bonuses as you level up. I'll do longsword probably tonight. And then I think later on there's one for your mace or flail or something.
Yeah, level 4. And I rolled 9 hit points, so that's pretty awesome.
Very
Fuck
nice.
Yeah.
And I think you also get one from Constitution.
Yes, sir.
Did anyone else gain a level?
Nope.
Okay.
Rare finally has new spells.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
'Cause
feels good.
Bards, they get their initial spells, but then there's nothing after that. They have to get everything else by happenstance. And they just so happen to get their initial spells by happenstance too. So they just kind of find a book with spells in it.
The craziest thing happened to me today.
All right. Any questions, concerns, or comments for me?
Had a good time.
Oh. I will send a message in Roll20, but I will be out the following 2 Sundays.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're just kind of doing travel for probably the next 2 Sundays anyways, so it probably will kind of work out.
Yeah, but I did want to get some copying done, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be time for that later.
Yep. And for our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you like who we are and like what we do, I strongly urge you to explore our links down below if you're watching us live on Twitch. We have links to our Discord. There's a link to join the game if you want to play with us. There's a link to our Patreon and PayPal if you want to help us out. And then on your screen on the right, there should be a Prime Gaming benefits reminder. If you have Amazon Prime on the same email as your Twitch account, you get once a month, you get a free subscription to any Twitch channel of your choosing. And all you have to do is click on that button and it will give you instructions on how to subscribe. We always love more subscribers on our channel. It helps us out a lot. You know, we'd really appreciate it if you come on down and subscribe to our channel. There's also a link somewhere to the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital if you're interested in donating to a charity. We're currently at $15 raised out of 100. $100 is our goal. As soon as we get to 100 for St. Jude, we're going to switch over to the Wounded Warrior program. And I think we did a $5 goal on that a few months back, and we ended up getting 75 for St. Jude Children's Research. So that was phenomenal. I'll probably do another $100 on that after we finish our goal with St. Jude. And thank you very much for watching. The next time I play in a game is probably going to be this Friday. It'll be it's like first edition mixed with CNC, which is like an OSR reboot of first edition. It's called Castles and Crusades. I don't think it's super old, but it's based on first edition D&D, and it's a pretty fun game. And then the next time I DM, of course, is going to be next Sunday at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. This game right here, the Orb of Solynod Hex, and we'll be probably playing session 465, depending on how many people show up. If not, we can play a one-shot. And I'm going to see if we can raid into somebody right now. Hopefully one of my friends. Yep, Lord Gosumba is online. Hopefully we can raid into Lord Gosumba. Yep, 10 seconds. And if you stick with the raid, you'll get an extra 200 channel points on our channel here, the Gargamon channel. All right, here we go. Raiding into Lord Gosumba.